This must be the place. Professor Ubier's house.
Looks pretty creepy. I'd been away from Paris and hadn't seen Nico for nearly 6 months.
I think that's all we're gonna find out about
She had other plans. An appointment.
the time between the two games.
Something to do with a Mayan stone she came across while researching a story. The guy who answered the door didn't look much like an archaeologist to me. I had a bad feeling about this.
There you go, there's the opening cutscene. I now have control. Doesn't seem to be doing. Okay, it is doing things. Okay, I get it. I know the score. So I know for a fact this is an achievement, but I wanted to do it anyway.
There were only 3 things I didn't like about spiders. The way they looked, the way they moved, and the fact that they lived on the same planet as me.
Pretty
This
big
was
spider.
Big, mean, and hairy, and definitely not a native of Europe. I thought that I ought to free myself before
Why isn't it doing the thing? I also actually can't find the intended solution for this. Oh, come on, that's too easy.
I glanced over the books, vaguely hoping to find a copy of How to Deal with Poisonous Spiders While Tied to a Chair. No such luck. But I noticed
So in the
bookcase was supported by a loose
in the
block of
original, you
wood.
don't just click the bookcase. You click the block of wood. There we go.
I decided to work out how.
So what I'm trying to do, so eventually what should happen is the spider should kill me. But for some reason it's just not, it's not doing it. I know this is an achievement, but I can't figure out how to trigger it. In the original game, you do nothing, and it just gets you. Is he gonna do it? Oh, there we go. I knew I had to wait long enough. There we go. Achievement unlocked. Alright, so we can now continue. I don't know if we get a checkpoint. Yeah, we do. Okay. There we go.
Maybe I'd been a little heavy-handed, but it was a question of survival. Of course, I was still tied to a chair in a burning house with no means of escape.
No means of escape? There you go. 2 achievements in 2 minutes. Very defeatist attitude you got, George.
With one mighty bound, our hero was free. Now, I had to deal with that fire.
So the voice actor for George is the same as the... I know, too many achievements. The voice actor for George is the same as in the first one. Nico is different.
Inside, I found a bottle of tequila. Normally, I didn't drink strong spirits, but today was far from normal. Ew. Disgusting. Not only did the tequila burn like hell, I just managed to stop myself from swallowing the worm.
Yeah, so in the settings when you enable hotspots, it basically brings you the touchscreen controls, where basically if you sort of go anywhere near anything, I know, if you go anywhere near anything, they give you a little circle so you can see what's going on. Whereas if you take that out, you've got the classic controls. Anyway, Vod, hope you're doing well. Hope you're as excited as I am about Broken Sword 2.
There was something short, fleshy, and gross on the carpet.
We've already died once,
It was the worm from
which
the bottle of tequila.
I quite enjoyed. Anything in the drawer?
In the drawer was a small...
Yes, there was.
pot.
I died plenty of times.
Nice couple.
So yeah, we're... Oh, how do I get my... Oh yeah, here's my inventory. Oh, what? You couldn't die in the remaster?
It was that itsy-bitsy tequila worm.
Wow.
I really must remember
That
to
really
take
is
out
made
my
for
pants
babies.
Before I send them to the laundry. The pot contained a key. It looked like a house key.
Wow. Peggy
Stylus
glint in the
looked
milkman's eye.
containing a lipstick, a handwritten note, and a pair of nylon panties with a large love heart emblazoned across the front. It occurred to me that Nico's tastes must have really changed
Nice.
along the way. Well, they could be useful.
So obviously, this being Broken Sword, we're going to keep hold of the worm forever.
I guess I had no business reading the note, but I figured it might give me a clue to what Nico was involved in. It was from Andre Lobineau, the history student Nico had known at college. The letter was sentimental mush, and revealed that the exotic lingerie, as he called it, was a gift from him. It gave his telephone
That
number.
face is
Lobineau
molding.
thanked himself as a rival for Nico's affections, but I couldn't believe that that creep was in the running.
They do a really good job of making Andre a creep in this game.
It was a pair of red, lace-trimmed panties decorated with a large black satin heart. It was Nico's lipstick. It wasn't my color, and it reminded me of clowns.
Alright.
Had dark
I
and
do
sharp
like this better than the
speed,
first one.
but this didn't deter me from getting it anyway.
I found that especially in the OG version, it just got a little bit. I was just sort of ready for it to end towards the end. You can't pick the box.
After that spider had been inside it.
Actually, yeah, we didn't go and inspect the spider's entrails.
I wasn't touching that spider goo.
Well, yeah, and even when I was finishing it, I was like, oh yeah, this will be done in like
There was no
half an hour.
I guess it was out of gas.
And then, yeah, they just make you do some really stupid stuff. Like when you're in the Spanish Garden and you're going down the well, you've got to find a stick to then douse for water. Then you go down the well. Then you've got to come back up the well because you need to find a torch. You can't get a torch. All right, guys, enjoy. So you got to find a torch. So you can't find a torch, so you got to use the mirror. It's just a lot of faffing around. So this, I think, will just explode open.
The cabinet was locked.
Locked. Oh no, we got to use the little key.
The key was way too.
Okay, what do we? Oh yeah, that was it. We pick the lock.
As I released the lock, something blew the doors open.
This is how you know I played the game before.
The panties
Yes.
I found in Nico's bag were
It comes
just
with the original as well.
around the hot cylinder. The cabinet contained what looked like a burst.
Okay, then we can do cylinder into the siphon.
The cylinder gave out a faint hiss as the valve opened. Huh? Now I had one primed up and ready to use extinguisher.
I just realised I'm not actually happy with where that watermark is there. Let me bring it back a little bit. There we go, it should be on. Siphon Filter, one of the three games. It is not one of the three games I played, unfortunately.
With a well-aimed squirt of his soda fountain, our unshakable hero saved the day. Now it was time to start looking for Nico.
Ugh. But isn't getting leprosy better than Duke Nukem Time to Kill?
I wasn't going to burn myself on that red-hot doorknob, and it wasn't the time for...
But if you think about this, right? So we were tied up, put on a chair. So we're knocked out, tied up, put on a chair, and then had a spider released on us. And then a very small fire started in the room. That's a really awful way of trying to kill someone. Especially when you've got poison darts.
I'd found a piece of newspaper folded in two. It referred to a forthcoming eclipse of the sun. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be visible from Europe. The best place to view the eclipse would be Mexico.
So there's a bunch of achievements in this version. I know what some of them are. But there's a bunch of hidden ones which I've got no clue about, so it'll be interesting trying to find those.
It was the newspaper clipping referring to the imminent... Wrapped inside it was another small piece of paper. It was a bank statement for Ubier's account from an automatic telling machine. The last 5 withdrawals were for large amounts, and all made in Marseille.
I forgot how important it was to inspect things. Can't inspect that, apparently.
It was Ubier's bank statement. Much as I disliked him, Labano might be my only hope of finding Nico.
So this first bit is actually really, really hard in the original game.
Who is this?
It's George Stobart, Nico's boyfriend.
Don't you mean ex-boyfriend?
Look, I didn't call you just to pick a fight. I need to talk to you about...
I kind of wish
Can't you accept
George was in my left ear there, not my right ear.
Listen, Andre, we need to talk. Nico's life depends on it.
Okay. You remember the cafe at Montfaucon?
Sure. Andre? You better show, you creep.
Yeah, I told you we'd be back at that cafe.
I felt an irrational urge to wipe my ear.
So yeah, not the bit we just done, but this next bit is really hard.
I didn't fancy my
Locked.
chances of kicking this door down.
It's really hard in the original.
I unlocked the door. I wasn't looking forward to...
Yeah, I think the first one was pretty commercially successful. And I don't think it cost vast amounts to make. Do you remember this guy?
There was no sign of Labano when I got to the cafe. I decided to order a coffee and wait for him. Pardon me, but don't I know you?
Huh?
You were here the day I found the catacombs.
I was? Ah, yes. I remember you.
Yeah. Are you still in the police force?
No, not anymore. I'm a man of leisure. And what brings you back to Paris?
My girlfriend.
What it is to be young and in love. Will you share a bottle of wine with me?
Hey, listen, I'd love to, but I need to keep a clear head.
So my company isn't good enough for you.
Why did you leave the police?
I was forced to retire. The golden handshake. Only in my case, it was more copper than gold.
How come?
I was made a scapegoat to cover up the department's inefficiencies.
So the strat here is you've got to make this guy depressed.
Have you ever heard of a Professor Ubier?
No, monsieur. I don't recall the name.
Well, apparently he's an expert on Mayan art and history.
A little out of my field of experience, monsieur. If he'd been a serial killer or a sodomite, I might have been able to help.
It was a small silver flask from which the man was topping up his glass. Oh, garçon.
Garçon. Spoiler alert, we do not go down the sewers in this game. It's its biggest deficiency.
What's that you're drinking?
It's wine.
What do you make of this dart?
I feel like the music is a little bit too loud.
The victim was killed with just such a device. The poison acted in seconds, causing his body to swell up like an inflatable life raft.
What do you make of this news cutting?
Orphanage supplied fast food chain?
No, it's the article above that.
Oh! Total eclipse of the sun. Well, that's very dull in comparison. I don't know anything about eclipses.
Tell me what you make of this note.
From my years of experience, I gained a pretty good insight.
Just for you, Macaroni, yeah. Good morning.
The note was written by a compulsive, obsessive type with an Oedipus complex.
I hope you're doing well.
Hey, you got just about everything apart from the ponytail.
I'm very well, thank you. Right, audio. I'm gonna make the music even lower. Speech a little bit louder. Okay, we can keep an eye on the Porsche wins here. Alright, can we leave? Oh, click here and return to game. There we go. I mean, it's a public profile, so I don't really care. I think we can finally get a coffee off this dude now.
Hey, you.
Quoi?
I'd like a cup of coffee if you don't mind.
When I finish serving this gentleman.
This guy.
I had nothing else I wanted to ask the gendarme.
I mean, it wouldn't be Broken Sword if George wasn't being George.
Un café.
Thanks.
At least he said thanks.
What does that guy keep pouring out of his flask?
Absinthe.
Absinthe? I thought that was highly dangerous and outlawed in France.
It is. Don't look at me, I didn't sell it to him.
The music's still really loud.
Do you know a guy called André Lobineau?
Oui, I know him. What of it?
I'm supposed to meet him here. Did I miss him?
No, I have not
No.
seen him today.
Have you heard of Professor Oubier?
Oui, he married that actress, the little dachshund. They used to come here, the nutty professor and the movie star.
If Oubier's wife was a movie star, how come I never heard of her?
She was big in France. The world doesn't stop at Hollywood.
Very true.
Her stage name was Carol Climax. She died in suspicious circumstances.
How did Oubier's wife die?
I heard.
George Russell.
And got away with it?
He had a good lawyer and a watertight alibi.
Why would an eminent public figure like Oubier risk everything for murder?
He wouldn't be the first, would he? Besides, people like him always get off.
Do you know that man over there?
I should think so. He's a regular customer.
Look at this. A poison dart.
Ah oui, sure.
It's the real thing. Knocked my girlfriend out cold in a matter of seconds.
Romantic.
You're arranging dates over an
Real
email.
close
Okay.
relationship you have going.
That's all.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this is a surprise, Georgie.
I wouldn't normally call you. But Nico's in trouble, Andre. Deep trouble. You have to help me find her.
What? What have you dragged her into this time?
It was you that recommended Professor Oubier as an expert on Mayan art. Now his butler has kidnapped her. And he tried to kill me.
Every time she gets involved with you, there is trouble. Walking out on her was the best thing you could do.
My father was dying, damn it. I had no choice.
Well, she soon recovered once she went back to her old friends.
Drop it, Andre. Right now...
Actually, I've just realized there's a continuity error.
Work together.
So, how can I help?
Nico needed to speak to...
So I don't think
Stone.
Oh, you...
Lobineau had met Nico in the first game.
So that's what all the trouble's about.
Precisely. Nicole told me to guard it with my life.
Well, it's worth more than that, surely.
Oh,
Got him.
very funny.
What's funny is that your life really is on the line.
What are you talking about?
The stone is a Mayan artifact, dummy. And the guy who kidnapped Nico was from Central America. It was the stone they were after.
Oh my god, you mean I could be in danger too?
What do you suppose the carving on the stone means?
I don't know. I haven't shown it to anyone.
Why don't you just give it to me?
I don't want your death on my conscience, George.
Where did Nico get the stone?
I'm not sure I should tell you.
Oh, you should.
It was something to do with smuggling.
Nice. Oh dear.
didn't
Just
you
make sure he
mention
pays
the show
Vod.
to Ubier?
I don't know. Perhaps she suspected something like this would happen.
If she's been hurt, Andre, I'll break every bone in your body.
No, that's typical of you. Do you think I don't care what happens to Nicole?
It occurred to me that slugs don't have bones to break, but I kept that thought to myself. Tell me about your friend Ubier.
He's more of a professional acquaintance than a friend.
I see. So you don't really know him at all.
No, I don't.
Does Ubier employ a guy from Central America?
Maybe. I don't know.
What do you think this is, Andre?
I don't know.
I'll give you a clue. It's got more backbone than you.
You think you're amusing, don't you?
I believe the phrase is très drôle.
What can you tell me about this pot?
South or Central American, I'd say. I have a friend who'd be able to tell you more.
Where can I find this guy?
He owns a gallery on the left bank. The Glees Gallery.
Take a look at this, Andre.
It's a bank statement.
Yeah, Professor Ubier's account. 5 large cash withdrawals in the space of 3 days. All from an automatic teller in Marseille.
Using cash.
Suspicious, isn't it?
You're even more crazy than you were before.
See you later.
Goodbye, Georgie.
That was like the most abrupt end to a conversation ever.
I've had enough of your games, Kala. Tell me what you've done with my stone.
I thought your business was simply smuggling cocaine, Karzak. Why are you so interested in that stone?
Either you tell me what I want to know, or Pablo here will make you talk.
Okay. Well, I figured someone at the university would be able to help. So I had a word with one of my girlfriends, and she told me her boyfriend was a lecturer. I sent the stone to the Department of Ethnology. You know, I figured it was South American, so... You're not buying this, are you?
That's enough! I don't have time to listen to your mindless prattle. We'll leave you to think it over. Come the morning, you'll be ready to talk.
Right, I'm gonna turn the music down again.
Do you miss being a gendarme?
Yes, of course I do.
There we go.
When I wore that uniform, I commanded the
We've done it. We've broken his
Not
spirit.
anymore.
The mouse isn't exactly the most
I
accurate.
grabbed the flask and was struck by a powerful smell of absinthe, a highly potent and illegal alcoholic drink.
Look at that, we're getting Porsche wins all over the place.
Now I had another lead. I could either go back to Ubier's house or visit the Glees Gallery. The Glees Gallery had style and class, but very few customers.
So I'm wondering if we can get an achievement talking to these girls.
Hi, girls. What's the joke?
あなたはキレてですね。
Okay, fine.
I'd actually be curious to know what they say. I like this guy over here.
If I wanted to be laughed at, there was always Nico.
So I think he's going to say that for all of them.
If I wanted to be laughed.
Yeah.
Are you Mr. Glees, the owner?
Good God, no.
This guy is
Then
an
I guess
absolute
That
legend.
must be him over there, right?
Your powers of deductive reasoning astound me.
Have you
He
heard of
features again in
Professor
Broken Sword
Ubier?
5.
Yes, of course.
I was at his house earlier.
If you're going to drop names, you could at least name one worth dropping.
I thought Ubier was a well-respected man.
Why, his last book was nothing but pseudo-intellectual claptrap. The demented ramblings of a drug-dependent has-been.
Very nice chap, this guy.
What's that you're drinking?
I'm not sure, but I have a suspicion it might be urine. Glees can't expect a favorable criticism of his gallery when he serves this muck.
Would you give me your opinion on this pot, sir?
Yes. Very rapouche.
Rapouche?
Hideous.
What the hell do you think you're doing? You smashed my pot.
Certainly it was not only worthless, it was ugly and offensive.
To you, man.
You're ugly and offensive.
I was doing you a favor.
I wasn't gonna waste any more breath talking to that pompous blimp. Maybe I could turn the situation to my advantage, and at the same time, get my revenge. The pot had smashed into too many pieces to retrieve. I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Certainly, sir. I'd be most happy to oblige.
You're English?
These days, one prefers to think of oneself as European.
Sure.
These
Whatever you
days,
say.
one probably
Precisely,
doesn't.
may one assist you, sir?
What I really wanted to ask you about was a black stone.
A black stone?
Yeah, it's a Mayan artifact, about as big as my hand.
No, sir. One doesn't get much call for black stones. If it's Mayan artifacts you're interested in, I have some rather exquisite pots.
So did I, until that slob smashed it. Have you heard of Professor Ubier?
Of course. His name is synonymous with Mayan art. A number of these artifacts were supplied by Ubier himself.
Do you believe the story that Ubier murdered his wife?
If it was true, who can blame him? She was an opportunist tramp. Well, that's what I heard.
Have you seen any of Ubier's wife's films?
Only one. Believe me, I was appalled, shocked, disgusted, and repulsed.
Well, you sure got your money's worth. Last time I went to the movies, I wasn't even titillated. I suppose you have an import license for these relics?
Of course. But that's not my problem, sir. The professor arranges all the shipping. We simply collect the items from the docks.
Could you tell me which docks Professor Ubier uses to import the artifacts?
Good God, no. I can't possibly reveal my commercial secrets.
Do you get many Central American Indians in here?
No, sir. This is Paris. Central America is several thousand kilometers southwest of here. Straight across the Atlantic Ocean and turn left. You can't miss it.
Well,
Wow.
as it happens, I saw some Central American Indians this very morning.
Tourists, sir. Paris is full of them at this time of year.
He's a great chap.
There is a gentleman over there who seems to be enjoying your wine.
I can't think why. It was very cheap.
I found this news story referring to a total eclipse of the sun.
Really, sir? Well, fascinating.
Alright, so I want to go rootling around, but he's going to stop me.
Excuse me, sir. That area is private.
Oh, so I'm not allowed back here?
No, sir.
So you got to figure out how to make a distraction so you can get back there. And that means you got to go back and speak to the gendarme and figure out how to get his absinthe. Which I think is pretty tough.
I splashed a little absinthe into the glass and hoped he wouldn't notice the change of color.
Did you put something in my drink?
Yeah, I did. Well, what do you think?
Well, it's certainly an improvement of Glees's wine. In fact, I could grow to like it.
Allow me.
You drugged this guy again in Broken Sword 5.
Were those pots very valuable?
The pots are insured, but not the shelving. You've no idea how much that cost me.
Sure, George feels terrible about
I
it.
wasn't going to waste my breath on that drunkard. I had no possible use for a credit card reader.
We don't have the... No, we don't have the stone in our possession.
There was nothing in the case but styrofoam packing, but pasted on the side was the remains of a label. Underneath the logo of a flying bird were the words Condor Transglobal Mars. The rest of the label was missing. It was beginning to make sense. Oubier had organized Nico's abduction. Oubier withdrew money from Marseille. Oubier was connected with Transglobal, who shipped their goods from a warehouse in Marseille. That's how the torn Transglobal label had once read. Marseille, not Mars. It wasn't much of a lead, but it was all I had. I set off immediately to catch the evening train.
So if you hadn't inspected the newspaper clipping, you wouldn't have made that connection. So BBC special at the top of the pots, 1998 auto played earlier on today. My boy Robbie Williams came on.
It was almost dawn when I arrived in Marseille.
Let me entertain you with
I
bleached
traced
blonde hair.
Condor
Jesus.
to a desolate dockside.
I've not been looking at George's diary. So 6 months later, here I am back in Paris. Got a meeting lined up with Nico. She wants to meet some archaeologist with her. A guy called Professor Oubier. Don't know what it's all about. Something to do with carvings on a Mind Stone. It'd be great to see Nico again, whatever the reason. Not quite the reunion I had in mind. Oubier's house was creepy as hell. The highly sinister Central American guy let us in. Takes upstairs, hits people from behind. Her to a chair, been menaced by a deadly spider. The room's on fire and Nico's been abducted. However, some cute Stobart moves lead to one squash spider and a very impressive escape. Still didn't feel comfortable rifling through Nico's handbag, but I had to discover why we were attacked and where they'd taken her. Things didn't get better when I found a gift from that creep Andre Lobineau. Pair of panties. Wow, I really dislike him. Still, he's the only lead I have. Maybe he's changed. Nah. Must find Nico before they do her any harm. Lobineau is pretty odious, but it turns out that he has the stone, which has a coyote carved on its face. Apparently Nico acquired the coyote stone while investigating a smuggling ring and left it with him for safekeeping. She must have suspected something was up. That'll be why she asked me to go with her to Oubier's place. Lobineau pointed her to someone at the university. Perhaps that was when Oubier got connected. But why do the Central American guys want the stone so bad? I can't remember when we picked that stone up. Lobineau did point me to a pal at the Glees Gallery, who he said might be able to tell me more about Oubier's part. It's a lead, I guess. The Glees Gallery was horribly rapouche. Just dropping a word he's recently learned. And it sounded less than helpful, but I got what I needed. A shipping company. Transglobal is the key to this whole stinking business. Turns out Professor Oubier ships his artifacts through Transglobal, which is based in Marseille. He made large withdrawals from ATMs there, so everything fits. He must be behind Nico's abduction. Marseille, here I come. Let's just try and climb in, right?
What's the big idea?
I don't know. The dog went berserk for no apparent reason.
He's trained to do that. The idea is to deter any would-be intruder.
Oh, I get it. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just remember, he's a trained attack dog. A killer.
Funny to watch those things and how the guests try to make everything seem like it was amazing. Are you telling me the performance of Let Me Entertain You by Bleach Blonde Robbie Williams wasn't in fact amazing?
Here, boy.
I am going to let you entertainment me. Grim 41 Robbie.
Thank you, Bot, for the subscription with Prime Gaming. Very much appreciated. I hope I will be as entertaining as my idol, Robbie Williams. It's what I aspire to every day.
Hi, good morning.
Do you know what time it is?
No, I don't wear a watch. As my dad used to say, I'm not into time, man.
Well, you're too early.
What time is it anyhow?
The big hand's on the floor. Why aren't you in bed?
I can explain everything.
Never mind, I ain't that interested.
What time do you open the gates?
7.
Do you mind if I hang out here till the docks open?
Please yourself, but you'll have a long wait. It's Sunday, and tomorrow is the start of the national holiday. Everything is closed for a month.
Well, wouldn't you just know it? Does that dog belong to you?
Nah, he comes with the job. I just feed him every now and then.
More then than now, I'd say. What's the dog's name?
20.
It's unusual for a dog.
It's his registration number. Security dog number 20.
Strong name.
Does number 20 have rabies?
Nah, just a bad attitude. Like I said, he's a trained attack dog. They took him when he was a puppy and messed with his head to make him the way he is.
Given that we're in France, I don't quite understand why we've encountered so few French people, including a big burly bloke from Brooklyn.
Ever heard of Condor Transglobal?
Sure. They have a warehouse here.
Well, could I take a look?
Not until after the holidays. Come back in a month.
I have to make a delivery to Condor Transglobal.
Where's your rig?
About half a mile down the road.
And you walked here? Jeez, are you some kind of nut?
Nah, it was easy. I just put one foot in front of the other. Are you gonna let me make my delivery?
Not without the paperwork. You get the papers, you make your delivery, and I get a fat backhander.
I was getting nowhere with the story about being a trucker.
Stick with it, George. Commit to the
Do
lie.
you know what kind of business Condor's involved in?
I'm paid to guard the gate. Their business is none of mine.
I'm looking for a young woman.
At the docks? What kind of woman do you have in mind?
You don't understand. It's my girlfriend I'm trying to find.
Well, I ain't seen her. And you should tell her, the docks ain't no place for a young lady. They're dirty and they're dangerous.
Yeah. Although he's already cooking his dinner, though.
I'm certain my girlfriend was brought here when she was abducted.
What? Your girl was kidnapped?
Yeah. Struck down by an Indian with a poisoned dart.
A poison dart, huh?
I could tell he didn't believe me.
This is fun. I like how this is just automatically a prompt. They just really, really want you to talk about the underwear.
I have these very exotic panties.
Take them away, you pervert!
What's cooking?
Beans. You know a man can live on nothing but beans.
It's good protein source.
Not this one. Don't you ever get tired of eating beans?
Sure I do. What do you take me for?
And what's the alternative?
Peas. I can't eat them too often, though. They play hell with my digestion.
Getting that emote to rotate the other way, it was so hard finding something that would do it. I invested way more time than I care to admit.
Have you ever considered changing your diet?
Yeah, your spin command is it's mathematically invalid.
You're pumping out enough methane here to fill a dirigible.
No, cool story. Berlioz took longer.
This is the dart that the Indian shot at my girlfriend.
Sheesh. That's pretty weird, but I don't see why you'd expect to find her here.
I have a trail of circumstantial evidence.
Have you ever heard of Professor Oubier?
Me? None of my friends are professors or anything like that.
Take a look at this letter.
That's sick. Did you write it?
Oh, no. No, it's a letter from my girlfriend's admirer.
If I was you, I'd smack him in the mouth.
Well, that's not my style, but thanks for the advice. I gotta go now, but I'll be back.
Can't wait.
Can't wait. Alright, so we're not gonna be able to get in. He's not gonna let us in. The dog's gonna harass us. So we gotta distract the dog. I think this was really hard because you gotta like know that that's there.
A short stick of wood floated near the edge of the landing stage. The stick had a hook on one end. I figured it was a boat hook for hooking boats.
Thanks for that, George. Oh yeah, you have to click and drag.
I just knew that boat hook would be useful for something. As for the bottle, even if I couldn't find a use for it, I'd cleaned up the dock a little.
I think this might be an achievement.
Excuse me? Huh? Who's there?
Oh, I wasn't.
Hey, 20. The chimney was a metal pipe with a conical hat on top to stop the rain getting in.
Welcome back, Macaroni.
It was the beer bottle that slob of a watchman had dumped in the sea, now half full of filthy dock water. The label read, Surge, the beer that clears your head.
Oh, do we do this? No. So I know if we try and do that, there we go.
That's hot.
Global Partner Program. Congrats on getting Twitch Partner. Would that not be a step backwards? Copium. Ba-ba-ba-bum. So
The bottle was half filled.
okay,
with water.
right, there we go.
Maybe it would.
I had to
cool
burn my
down
fingers
the
before he would figure out to do this.
Now I could see into the pipe which formed the chimney.
No, I think the other incentive is just to find something else to whinge about. So you whinge before you're an affiliate. You whinge about the need to get an average of 3 viewers per stream, and then you whinge about discoverability. Then when you're an affiliate, you whinge about how partners have it easy, and they get everything. And then when you're a partner, then you just whinge at Twitch for everything, and you say you want 70% because YouTube gives 70%. It just gives you something extra to whinge about. Then we go put that in there.
The bottle had blocked the chimney, and the hut was filling up with smoke.
Yeah, no, it is cool, Maka. Presumably, do you get to help them practice English? That is spinning. I can't have a coggers command on the spin.
Is something wrong?
Something wrong? I nearly choked to death.
Sloyd again.
Get some air. Take a long walk along the pier. I could stay here and watch the gate.
Oh no. You'd be through that gate as soon as my back was turned.
With that crazy dog around? Someday I hope to have kids.
Right, and then we can go through here. An extra row of cogs. I'd have to do some crazy offsets to make it arithmetically work. And I really just can't be bothered to do that. Right, we're breaking and entering now. Obviously, we're going to take the dog biscuits. And we're going to make liberal use of those later.
Biscuits. Someone had once told me a piece of coal brought you luck. Who was I to argue with irrational superstition?
Burn a hand again.
Yow!
Yes!
Stove equals heat, heat equals burn, burn equals excruciating pain.
Yeah, they changed the user interface and nothing is intuitive on there anymore.
Baked beans in ketchup.
That's literally, we've got a shitload of baked beans in our cupboard for hurricane preparedness. Okay, yeah, he goes back in. So now what we do is we lure the dog onto the platform.
Hey, 20. Come and get it, boy.
So you can set aliases for emote names on your channel.
I felt a slight twinge of conscience as I prepared to give the dog a dunking.
Yeah.
It soon passed. As I'd expected, the dog could swim like a... well, like a dog.
That's how we could have this as the proper name. There you go, another Porsche win. I specifically set this to window capture instead of game capture just so I could have the achievements up on screen. Oh yeah, rip Coolio. Right, I am gonna save, and you'll see why in a minute. Oh, you can't name your saves though. That's a downgrade from the first game. I don't know if you could name them in the original of Smoking Mirror. He's called Robotnik Macaroni. That's established Sonic the Hedgehog lore. Eggman is merely his nickname.
The din must have drowned out the sound of my knocking.
Oh yeah, that's it. So I'll do a bunch of stuff, then I'll save again.
Maybe there was a way in up there.
You're too young to be a millennial though, surely, Maka. I should probably set the alias for that to be all caps. Oh no, that's a better Twitch TV, isn't it? So no alias. Just ran my rod into the fan.
The fan clunked and shorted out as its blades were mashed by the boat hook.
Hey, you make any more noise, I break your arms.
That bully needed to be taught a lesson.
Garzak's already mad because we didn't get the stone. You give me any trouble, I'll tell him it was all your fault.
Karzak? That must be his boss. I decided there was a better way to attract their attention.
No, I think just yell at them from up here. Bloody Nora. That's like the most British thing someone could ever say.
The grill opened from the inside. The grill opened from the inside.
Oh, I didn't want to. I wanted to knock on the door.
Who is it?
Police, we want to talk to you about abduction, arson, and attempted murder.
You got a warrant?
Sure I got a warrant. Open the door, I'll show you.
You wait.
That's got him scared.
Pizza is an option. It's flashing the hints at you. For a very good reason. Rest in pieces. There we go. Achievement unlocked. You use the pizza. I think he just ignores you.
Who is it?
Pizza delivery?
I didn't order pizza.
No? This is the Condor Trans Global Shipping Company, isn't it?
I don't like pizza.
Oh, come on. Everyone likes pizza.
Maybe he was allergic to mozzarella.
Hey,
What now?
look. This pizza's been paid for. You might as well take it.
I told you, I don't like pizza.
Not even with extra olives?
I hate them. Olives are the devil's butt nuggets.
There's a quote.
If you know what's good for you, you'll open this door.
What if I don't?
I'll kick your head in.
Okay, I'll come out, you creep.
It's gonna flash the... I did flash the hints at me again. And then he nicely stands there. I did just want to add a quote. What's the date today? 12th. Right, now we can go in. I'm pretty sure I spelled nuggets wrong.
Among the paperwork which adorned the notice board was something which caught my eye. It was a delivery note from Condor Transglobal, and the address was Coramonte City.
Almost sounds like a real place.
There was nothing else of
We find AK-47.
The only interesting thing I found was a small brass key. It was locked.
Locked.
The little brass key didn't fit the lock.
I don't think we can even pick this. Yeah.
Whoa! Don't shoot! The little guy had a blowpipe. That confirmed my suspicions about what had happened to Nico. I waited for him to shoot me, but it didn't happen. Instead, he seemed to want to tell me something. What? What do you want?
Little Timmy's falling down the well.
He seemed excited, almost desperate. What did he want so bad?
Oh, yeah, I remember. Although that's not going to stop me from...
Hi. I'm not going to hurt you.
Quaramonte!
Is that where you're from? Coramonte City?
Quaramonte! Quaramonte!
Okay, okay. Tell me what you've done with Nico, and I'll share these biscuits with you. I knew it sounded lame, trying to bargain with a box of doggy snacks. Besides, how was he to know how yummy they tasted? What have you done with my girlfriend?
Huh?
I am not leaving without her. Where is she? He didn't appear to understand me. This was the dart you used to knock out my girlfriend. If she's come to any harm, I will count you personally responsible.
Lotse capito fnor!
Yes.
What does this key unlock?
Huh?
Hey, you're manacled. Who did this? That big thug? I'm gonna set you free, okay? Hey, come back here! little guy had gone to ground amongst the stack of crates.
Alright, let's go exploring. Excellent entering.
Just in time. Interrupting the beam of light kept the doors from closing and stopped anyone from using the elevator. But what now?
That's a good question. What do we do now? We do a box puzzle. It's not what she said. Rip.
That would keep the doors from closing. I was wrestling with the small crate when I noticed the label on its side. Danger. Live contents do not drop.
It's fine.
There wasn't enough room to move the handle.
Wow. Is it anything better than those?
There wasn't much I could do with a pulley that didn't have any rope.
Oh yeah, where did we get rope? Oh yeah, no, it's I know where we get rope. So I'm pretty sure we can't open this.
A sturdy beam was jammed across the doors. These doors were not going to open.
So there is something. I can't see it. There's something over here. There's a hidden door in this wall that you're meant to be able to see via the...
The statue looked as if it was Central or South American in origin.
Scratches in the floor. But I don't see the scratches in the floor. Oh, is there a light switch?
Nothing happened.
Yes, there we go. Playing it too low of a resolution. Yeah, there we go. Scratch marks. We need to turn the light on first. That's an easy thing to miss. There's a lot of stuff in this game that's really, really easy to miss.
There was an arc-shaped scratch on the floor, as if a door had been opened in the nearby wall. My fingers traced the outline of a secret door in the wall. Then I found a small round stud, which was set flush to the surrounding wooden paneling. Just as I'd hoped. A secret room.
Incorrect.
Nico!
I've unlocked bonus comic artwork. Wow, you didn't even get that on the mobile version. I love the fact that we take that first.
Will you look at this? It was a small statue of a kneeling figure in an ornate headdress. The head was hideous, with
Yeah,
huge
she'll let us have
staring
it though,
eyes
don't
set in
worry.
a decomposing face.
Hey, somebody's marketing Labino dolls.
There. How you feeling?
Look at that face.
Thanks, George. How on earth did you find me?
I knew Ubier had been in Marseille.
I like how this
Never
face
mind
looks
about me.
nothing
How
like
about
this
you tell me
face.
exactly what's going on, starting with that Mayan stone.
I picked it up from one of Karzak's men in Paris. I was expecting a consignment of narcotics.
Drugs?
Yes. The proof I needed to expose Karzak's smuggling operation. I'd set it up to act as his courier.
Turns out
But
Nico's
once I
actually
had
a
the
massive
proof, I planned
cokehead.
to go straight to Inspector Mou. But instead of the dope I'd expected,
Inspector Mood, you
they
remember
sent me
him?
that stone instead. And to find out more, I called Professor Oublier, who invited me to his mansion. At least, I thought it was Oublier.
I don't get it. If Karzak's business is drugs, why is he so desperate to get his hands on that stone?
Maybe it has some significance to the local people in Central America. It could be Karzak's means of getting them to work for him. Anyway, we've got to get out of here.
Nico, wait! I decided to keep the masking tape. It was bound to be of some use to me.
So we're not done with the box puzzling.
We can't use the elevator. If that thug Pablo's recovered, he'll be waiting for us.
We've got to do something. Where does that door lead to?
I'm not sure.
We can't move this because it's got something in it, so we need to move this box back so we can put that box on there, move this box.
Hopefully,
Then we can then use the pallet truck.
and stop the Indian from being able to call the elevator.
I believe the term, George, is Indigenous American. Or even First Nation, if you're in Canada. There's an achievement for completing the game without using a hint.
6 inches off the floor, and I said a silent prayer to whoever had discovered the power of hydraulics.
What on earth are you doing?
Trying to raise the statue so I can hook it to that pulley.
Is that really going to help us?
I like to keep myself occupied in times of stress.
I should remember how to do everything. So I don't think I'll need to look anything up. I've got the rope.
It would be much easier to attach.
Ugh. Alright, fine. I used to like riding pallet trucks through the supermarket when it was shut.
I didn't want to remove.
I don't want to remove the rope. I want to push it.
It was too heavy for me to. Okay, tell me what you know about Condor.
Condor Transglobal exports Aztec and Mayan relics from Central America to Europe. But that's just a cover for the real business. Drug smuggling.
What proof do you have?
Nothing yet.
Do you know where Condor is based?
In Central America. A place called Quaramonte.
I saw that name on a docket downstairs. Tell me about this Karzak guy.
Well, I saw him for only a few minutes. But he frightens me. I got the impression that Pablo was nervous when he was around too. They're like a wild animals. Like a tiger. That's what scared me most about him. He looked so unpredictable and dangerous.
Did you know Ubier's wife was a film star?
No, I didn't know he was married. What happened to her?
She died. In mysterious circumstances, apparently.
How mysterious?
I heard she was murdered. Possibly by Ubier himself.
A murderer, huh? Andre said he was something of a celebrity.
Did I hear you refer to Inspector Moo?
Yes, you remember him?
Well, of course I do. But I thought he was dead.
Oh no, he reappeared after the broken sword case had blown over. When he found out who was in with the Neo-Templars, he went into hiding. Moo knew more than was good for him.
Does he know about our involvement with the case?
If he does, he's not telling. Still, he got a sudden promotion.
We see him in Broken Sword 5. I don't know about 3 and 4.
Did that Indian guy mistreat you?
If you forget about the abduction, verbal threats, and bondage, no.
Well, what about the little guy?
I don't think he knows where he is or what he's doing here. The big guy, Pablo, he brought Titipoco from the jungle.
Titty what?
Titipoco. That's what I heard Pablo call the dwarf.
Could you give me a hand to push this statue?
What for?
This, my dear, is our passport to freedom.
If you say so, dear.
I wanted to talk about all the other stuff, but I wasn't really paying attention to what I was clicking on.
Great.
Should be able to finish the conversation now, though.
Working with you again, Mr. Stobart.
Do you recognize this?
Is that the dart which knocked me out?
That's right. I kept it as a souvenir. Have you any idea who this little statue is supposed to be?
Tezcatlipoca.
I'm acquainted with Mayan deities, George. But whatever his name, he sure is ugly.
I found these in your bag.
Oh, they were a gift.
I know. I read the note.
God knows what was going through Andre's mind.
I think that's quite plain enough. Look, the little guy downstairs was chained up with these.
That must have been Pablo's doing. I don't blame him, though. That little guy is dangerous.
You're still sore about that poisoned dart?
Of course I'm sore.
Alright, let's get out of here.
I thought about hanging from the cable with my bare hands, but it was too far to the other end of the cable to escape that way.
I think. I don't know, do we go... I don't think we do this. I'm almost certain we don't.
Not such a...
Yeah, pretty, yeah. Oh yeah, that's it.
Nico, I have a great idea.
Josh, where have you been?
This is where we get the artifact.
You have the Mayan stone?
Maybe I have, but...
Maybe I have.
God, you, Andre. Give the stone to George.
Well, of course. If you say so, Nicole.
Thank you so much, Andre.
George, he told me you'd been kidnapped, my dear. I'm glad to see he was mistaken.
Oh, but it was true. If it hadn't been for George, I wouldn't be here now.
It's not finished yet. Karzak's thugs will be back for that stone, you can bet. The best lead that we have is
I like how he's still just standing here grinning like an idiot.
Central America. That's where Ubier gets his artifacts.
That's all we needed to know. Come on, George.
Quaramonte, the traveler's rear entrance to Central America. Well, that's how it was translated in the brochure. We didn't know what we were looking for, but the offices of Condor Transglobal seemed a good place to start.
I quite like this bit.
market day. I don't see any cabs. Let's ask someone how to get to Quaramonte City.
Okay. Keep your eyes peeled for any sign of Condor Transglobal.
Although you see the goat here. I get an achievement just for a cutscene. That's pretty
Can we get a cab to the
tame.
capital? This is the capital, Quaramonte City.
When's the next ship out of here?
But senor, don't you like our beautiful country?
Oh yeah, it's like a little piece of
I saw
paradise.
all of the pixels.
Then why you wanna leave?
I'm just plain homesick.
Heard
Like it says in the
all
song.
of the words.
A word of warning, senor. If you feel like bursting into song, bite your tongue.
Huh?
There are official restrictions on music in Quaramonte.
How come music is restricted in Quaramonte?
It is part of a great cultural enrichment campaign. Traditional Quaramonte music is considered unsuitable for these fast-moving times. Nuestra Senora has decreed that only one category of music is suitable.
What's that?
Easy listening.
We've had enough. We're going back to the ship.
Okay. You show me your brown card?
Huh? What brown card is that?
The official exit visa.
It wouldn't be interested.
Alright. Let's go and antagonize the goat. What?
Now, I like most animals, but experience had made me wary of goats, and cats, and dogs. What was that? It's a lump of lucky coal. Coal? I would have preferred chocolate. Any flavor, so long as it hasn't got marzipan in it. God, I hate marzipan. You can talk. I mean, you're a talking goat. Keep your voice down. This is between you and me, right? Well, I guess so. Now, I mean it. You tell anyone you've spoken to me, and you'll be cursed.
I like to think that Rolf Saxon got paid extra to deliver those lines. It's the goat. Alright, we're done with the goat.
Hi. You wanna buy something?
No, not really.
I got cabbages. Buy cabbages.
I got
I don't
cabbages.
think so. I didn't come all this way to buy vegetables.
Listen, have you heard of Condor Transglobal?
No. Buy a cabbage. I'll give you a discount on bulk purchases.
I'm not into cabbages.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Aye, Tezcatlipoca. Put it away, senor. Tezcatlipoca brings nothing but evil.
The poor guy was so freaked, he didn't even mention his cabbages.
See ya.
A forewoman? What forewoman? You mean Nico? No, she's wandering around. Her? Or do you mean her?
Hey, cheer up, guys. What's with the long faces?
Our pipe player has been arrested and thrown in jail.
Poor Miguel. He never brought
That is
it up
not
in his
Vod's crust,
life.
no.
Why was Miguel put in jail?
For playing folk music.
What?
It's true, senor. He insisted on playing traditional Quaramonte music, even though it's illegal.
Why don't you try playing a tune to cheer yourselves up?
No, we should be looking for real jobs.
We could earn 10 times as much down the mines. My cousin Ramirez was earning 8 pesos an hour.
Before he lost his legs in the accident.
Tell me about the accident at the mine.
There was an explosion at Teoculcan. 30 miners were buried alive.
They got some of them out, though.
2 of them, including your cousin, and they left half of him behind.
Would either of you guys care for a biscuit?
A dog biscuit, senor?
Are you trying to insult us?
No, really. They're good.
We'll take your word for it.
Have you any idea what this is?
No, senor.
Me neither.
Have you seen anything like...
I, the hungry chief.
Why are you carrying that thing around with you, senor? Don't you know who it is?
Sure, it's Tezcatlipoca. But it's only a little carving.
It brings death, senor. Death and destruction.
You actually bang Tezcatlipoca. You get some... Yeah, it's not a nice looking deity.
What do you make of this little worm?
No good. It's dead.
Sure it's dead.
I mean, that's...
I think I'd carry it around in my pocket if it wasn't.
It's George Stobart's modus operandi. Just to piss off everyone he meets.
Take a look at the design on this label.
I have seen that before.
Where?
There was a ship flying a flag just like that.
When did you see this ship?
3 months ago. It was here, at the docks.
What was the ship with the condor?
I don't know, senor. We weren't allowed near the docks.
That's right. Usually we meet the ships when they tie up.
We play to the tourists.
Well, when the condor ship came in, we were told to go away.
Do you guys know anything about a total eclipse?
What is it?
It's like when the sun is hidden by the moon.
It's crazy.
My cousin Alfredo swears he saw it happen once. But that was after he stupidly consumed a cocktail of peyote and antibiotics.
Right. Remember her from the first game?
George Stobart, well, of all the...
Mrs. Henderson. Boy, this is some coincidence, huh?
When you've been married to a fruitcake like Dwayne as long as I have, you stop believing in coincidence.
I'd met Pearl and Dwayne on the other side of the globe in Syria. He was an army veteran who suspected he was working for the CIA, but wasn't sure. She was less obviously deranged.
Less obviously deranged.
Is Dwayne here with you, Mrs. Henderson?
Why, sure, I couldn't leave him home alone. Since Dwayne came back from the war, we couldn't bear to be apart.
So, where is he now?
We ain't speaking.
Why aren't you speaking to Dwayne?
Because he's an old spoiled sport sourpuss. I want to visit one of those old pyramid places, but Dwayne says he has to stay in town.
Right. And you don't want to go on your own.
Well, there's no point in going to the pyramid if there's no one around to take my picture.
Is Dwayne still working for the CIA?
If he is, he doesn't know it. He's what they call a snoozer.
Don't you mean a sleeper?
No, this is different. He used to think he worked for them, but the psychotherapy cured him of that. What he doesn't realize is that now he really does work for them. At least that's the way I understood it.
What brings you to Quaramonte, Pearl?
What takes me just about anywheres. The market.
You drove 2,000 miles to go shopping?
Shopping is my role in the economy of the great design, George.
What do you make of this stone, Pearl?
Oh, that's pretty. What's that thing supposed to be, a rabbit?
I believe it's a coyote.
Well, it sure is cute.
I was surprised she didn't ask me where she could buy one. What does this mean to you, Pearl?
What cute little feathers. Why, if you had 2 of those, they'd sure make nice earrings.
This isn't intended for frivolous personal adornment, Pearl.
Yep,
It's a
Pearl.
dart tipped with a fast-acting, muscle-numbing poison.
Pardon me, I stand corrected, honey.
Sometimes I get the feeling that communication with Pearl was like sending signals out into space. Maybe, if you waited long enough, you'd get an intelligent answer back. But it was a long shot. What do you make of this statue, Pearl?
Hoo-wee, that's a spitting image of Dwayne's brother Sheridan. A little less body hair, maybe, but it's him all right.
Look at this, Pearl. A tequila worm.
Don't you bring that thing anywhere as near me, honey. I swear I'll scream like a hog on a hot plate.
Take a look at this news cutting, Pearl.
You'll have to read it to me, George. I left my specs in a gay bar in Santa Barbara.
Well, it's about an eclipse of the sun, which is due to occur in a few weeks' time.
You'd think the government would warn us about these kind of things.
It's not dangerous or anything. Apparently, the best place to view the eclipse is right here in Quaramonte.
Oh, my.
She didn't appear to be the slightest bit interested.
Catch you later, Pearl.
Okay. Go and find Dwayne.
There was a forlorn-looking guy asleep on the floor of the jail. It was Miguel, the pipe player. Hey, Miguel! He didn't hear me. The cell was vacant. It was Pearl's husband, Dwayne. Hey, Mr. Anderson. Good to see you again.
Do I know you, son?
George Stobart, remember? In Syria? I sold you a statue.
I remember that. Pearl was mighty vexed when the paint came off.
Look, I'm sorry. I'll give you back the $50.
No, you suckered me fair and square.
Are you still working for... you know who?
You know I can't talk about my work, George. That's between me and Uncle Sam.
Does the name Karzak mean anything to you?
Sounds like a comic book villain to me, son.
He's the man behind Condor, and the rat who kidnapped Nico.
You know, the first time I met you, I was deeply impressed with your naive simplicity. I said to Pearl, if we ever had kids, I would have wanted a boy like George. But I underestimated you, son.
I spoke to Pearl earlier.
Yeah? Did she mention that we had a kind of falling out?
Yes, she did.
She'll get over it.
Did you know that traditional music is illegal in Caramonte?
Is that so? Seems reasonable to me.
Wow.
No, really. The leader of the band in the square has been imprisoned just because of the music he played.
I don't know who you've been talking to, but that fella, Miguel, he's an agitator.
What's the real reason the musician was imprisoned?
Handed out subversive literature at the mines. That so-called general was waiting for Miguel when he got back into town. Marched him off to jail at gunpoint on a charge of inciting a riot.
Did you drive all the way down here?
Hell no. Pearl did the driving while I followed the maps. The way she handled the wheel, you'd think she'd been trucking half her life.
Why did you bring a huge truck like that?
George, I'm on a top-secret classified mission for Uncle Sam. This truck is a rolling bomb. 400 pounds of nitrate fertilizer with a plastique initiator. They'll hear the bang in China. Gee, I'm really looking forward to this.
What do you think of these panties, Dwayne?
Lord, hot stuff, George. You buy those for your girl?
No, a guy we knew in Paris bought them for her.
Oh, you're a threesome then.
A thruple.
Why are you looking at me like that, George?
Forget it. Do you know anything about a shipping company called Condor Transglobal?
Sure I do. You have to get up pretty early to catch Dwayne with his pants down.
What? You beat me to it?
Condor Transglobal is all wound up. Seems like my investigations scared them off.
Would you like to borrow my lucky piece of coal, Dwayne?
What's so lucky about it?
Well, we made it to Quaramonte in one piece.
When you've been here a few days, you won't look on that as luck.
Would you like a biscuit, Dwayne?
Oh no, those gourmet dog snacks bring me out in a rash.
You've tried them?
They were on special offer. Pearl bought a whole crate. When I asked her if she was thinking of keeping a dog too, she just laughed.
Gonna speak to man.
Hi, I'm George Stobart. What can you tell me about the mining company?
The general closed down one of their mines after the explosion. Lots of folks lost their lives. I was lucky. I only lost my legs.
Can you tell me anything about this stone?
That's obsidian. It's a volcanic rock which has cooled so fast that...
Yeah. Look, I'm not interested in geology.
You're not? I suppose you want to know about the carved picture on it.
That's right.
Then the guy you should talk to is the professor. He was here a while ago.
Fun fact, obsidian can be polished to be incredibly sharp. And is being used in surgery.
Do you know what this statue represents?
Should do. I used to carve things like that to sell to tourists, but it scared people around here, so I stopped.
Do you recognize the design on this label?
Why, sure. That's the Condor Transglobal Shipping Company logo.
Do they have an office in Quaramonte?
No, but they ship out from here.
That's what I thought. Did you see the ship with the Condor flag?
No.
But the dock is just the other side of the square.
Might as well be the other side of the moon.
Have you heard about the eclipse?
If I remember rightly, he's interested in this.
Having a party to celebrate it. Drop by.
Really?
Sure. Plenty of food, plenty of wine, and everyone's invited, except the general.
What do you think of these panties?
Awesome. You wear them?
No. Someone sent them to my girlfriend.
Thoughtful.
Alright, we're gonna go to the mining company. There's going to be an achievement there, I'm sure of it. Actually, do we talk to Nico first and then go in there?
Labano tells me he's been seeing a lot of you.
We meet sometimes for lunch, a drink. After you'd gone back to the States, I was pretty lonely, you know.
Lonely? You must have been desperate. Couldn't you just visit the zoo or something?
Would you like a biscuit?
Gourmet dog? Have you been eating those things, George?
Sure, they're great.
I'm gonna start eating dog biscuits like my boy George Stobart.
Guess what this is? Go on, guess.
It's wrought iron, probably from a chimney stack on an old stove.
Well, I suppose it could be. How did she know that?
My grandfather used to work in a foundry.
Take a look at this, Nico.
That's disgusting, George. Why are you carrying it around with you?
I don't know. I just can't seem to part with it. Take a look at this.
An eclipse of the sun. Why the sudden interest in astronomy?
I found the cutting in Ubier's house.
Apparently, it's only visible from Central.
Take a look.
I actually don't think we need to speak to Nico at all.
Mon Dieu. Where did you get that kind of
Oh,
money?
now she's interested.
It's not mine. I found that statement at Ubier's house. Do you have any theories about this stone?
I think that design represents a dog, a Mexican dog.
So, this is the sacred Chihuahua stone? Sheesh.
Okie dokie, let's go in here.
Hey, Nico!
Hola, señora.
Hi. We were wondering...
I was talking to the lady, Chico.
Hi, my name is
The
Nicole
face
Pilar.
here seems really, really hard compared to what it would look like
The
here.
corporation I represent is considering a major investment in Quaramonte. Your advice, as the head of an obviously successful concern, is precisely what I'm after. My assistant, Mr. Stobart, has a few questions he'd like to ask you.
Can you tell me about the accident at the mine?
Accident? It was sabotage. Somebody wanted my mine closed down for good.
Do you have any evidence that the mine was sabotaged?
Not yet, but I'll get to the bottom of it. There'd been trouble at that mine for several months. The workforce was getting smaller every day. Someone had started a rumor among the men that the mine was cursed. Now the entire operation has been closed down.
Where's the site of the mine?
Several days upriver at a remote area known as Teoculcan.
Have you heard of a man named Karzak?
No? Who is he?
He's the reason we came to Quaramonte. We think he's running a drug ring.
I like the keyboard tapping.
But I've never heard the name before.
Would you like a dog biscuit?
Would you like a smack in the mouth, Chico?
This is the best one.
Would you be interested in these panties? They look about your size.
Is that your best line, Chico?
I'm serious. They were an unwanted gift.
Put them away before you get overexcited.
Oh, I thought she threatened physical violence again.
Can you tell me anything about this statue?
It is Tezcatlipoca, the god of death and pestilence. That fetish would be considered by many to be a bad omen.
Do you recognize the icon on this label?
Condor Transglobal.
Did the company operate here in Quaramonte?
Yes, they ran an old container.
Hey, SBP.
Mayan princess.
She's never impressed.
Do you know who owned Condor?
She has no time for George's bullshit.
Does this stone mean anything to you?
I think it is a spirit stone carved by a Mayan priest, no? I don't know which of their many gods it represents.
You see this? It's my lucky piece of coal.
What's so lucky about it?
I'm not sure yet.
Nice buns.
Have you heard about the forthcoming eclipse?
I don't take much interest in things like that. One of the boys might know about it.
No, no, no. Don't leave.
Hi, good afternoon, and welcome to Consolidated Mining. If you are planning to stay in Quaramonte City, may I recommend the Consolidated Mining...
Hosting was deprecated by Twitch last week, I think.
Mines, with talking tour guides available in 3 different languages. A tour of a mine. Well, this is a mining company. What else did you expect?
Do you know anything about the eclipse that's due soon?
Me? No, senor.
Twitch reasons.
Do you know where I could find Senor Karzak?
No, senor.
How come you're not wearing any pants?
I feel more alert without them. Kind of perky.
And your boss doesn't mind?
She suggested it.
Just go rummaging around the cupboards.
Keep out of there.
Yes, pretty much. Can you give me some explosives?
To talk about. Are you looking forward to the eclipse of the sun?
Not especially. Are you?
I don't know. I've never seen one. All I know about eclipses is that you shouldn't try to view them with the naked eye.
Please, go away and let me get on with my work.
Ever heard of a guy called Karzak?
Can't you see I'm busy?
I think it's the middle
If I
guy.
don't finish this stock report, the boss will be mad as hell.
Did you know there's an eclipse of the sun in a few weeks' time?
Yeah, Joe told me about it. He's having a party and we're all invited. Me and the boys are dressing up as evil monks.
Yeah? Cool.
Very cool.
Ever hear of a guy called Karzak?
No, sir.
Do you know anything about the eclipse?
Yes, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it. I heard it's going to be pretty spectacular.
It's in a few weeks' time, isn't it?
9 days.
Thanks. Ever heard of a guy called Karzak?
No.
No. Okay, so I need to... It's getting that cupboard and I forget what I do to do it.
There was nothing else.
I think I can speak to her again. Go on, Cheetah.
I had nothing else to talk about.
Maybe not. Alright, let's go. So let's go into the police station, check that out. Actually, I'm going to speak to Pearl quickly.
I hear you drove all the way to Quaramonte. In a truck.
That's right. You would not believe the state of some of those roads. Makes me downright sad to think there's still some places you can't reach in an automobile. In this day and age, you'd think there'd be decent highways just about anywhere folks choose to go.
I do enjoy how these two are the worst example of American stereotyping.
Did you know that the truck was full of explosives?
Whatever gave you that idea, as if I couldn't guess?
Your husband. He was exaggerating, wasn't he?
Sometimes I wonder how I'm gonna cope with Dwayne's over-fertile imagination.
Catch you later, Pearl. Hey, Nico!
I have done just as I have been instructed, Professor. With the mine closed down, there'll be no one around to observe your excavations. Ah, I have visitors.
Just remember what I told you, General. There's really no need to make a martyr out of that man.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Senor. Welcome to Quaramonte.
Thanks. My name's George Stobart from California.
But what is this? An angel come down to earth.
Really nice chap.
Nicole Collard. Enchanté, mon général.
Pardon me, senorita, but I couldn't help myself.
Look, we'd like to ask you a few questions.
You've come to the right place, senor. Tourist information. General Graciento, at your service.
This is the tourist office? It says police on the sign outside.
It is both, senor. I am a man of many parts.
I can see that, General.
If you look at the TV here, it looks very appropriate. I don't think George ever does that. I mean, he's not one for observing social norms, is George Stobart.
Have you heard of a guy called Karzak?
No. No, I never heard of him.
I hear there was an accident at the mine a few months ago.
That's correct.
A lot of men killed, weren't there?
A few.
30?
Barely 1% of the working population.
Is it true there's a restriction on music in Quaramonte?
Yes, there is. An emergency measure introduced by Nuestra Senora.
Folk music is a link with the past for some of these people. Take away their musical roots, and what do they got left?
Easy listening.
You think easy listening could replace a musical heritage hundreds of years old?
Why not? It happened in your country.
Got him.
Are there any ruins around the city?
Of course, Signor. Quaramonte has everything.
I have a friend who wants to visit an historical site.
Ronaldo will only be too pleased to conduct a guided tour, when he's dealt with today's paperwork, of course.
Who was the guy you were talking to when we arrived?
Professor Ubier, a visitor, Signor, like yourselves.
Did you say Ubier?
Si, Signor. Professor Ubier, a French archaeologist.
What's Ubier doing in Quaramonte?
Researching our rich and glorious past, Signor. The professor is planning an expedition to some Mayan ruins. He came to see me to get an excavation permit.
We've had enough of Quaramonte, and we want out.
Am I stopping you?
The guy at the docks tells me I need an exit visa.
Ask Ronaldo. He'll make the arrangements. That's what he's here for.
Would you like a biscuit?
Are you trying to bribe me?
Well, every man has his price.
Mine is more than a dog cookie, Signor Stobart.
What do you think of these panties, General?
Oh boy, fabuloso!
They're yours if you'll tell me all you know about Karzak.
I told you. I never heard of the guy. Do I get the panties now? I told you all I know.
You told me nothing. Have you ever seen anything like this before?
That's a native carving, isn't it? Where did you get it?
We picked it up in the market as a souvenir.
Oh, did they mess it up that badly? Or did you just accept a Chinese order even though you didn't order any Chinese?
Condor Transglobal.
Can you tell me where to find their offices?
No, senor. I never heard of them, and neither did Ronaldo.
The lady at the mining company told us a ship belonging to Condor was here recently.
Conchita Garcia is crazy. If there had been a ship, do you think I wouldn't have noticed?
Are you sure you never heard of Condor?
Oh, yes.
The company is registered here in Quaramonte City.
You are mistaken, senorita.
The musicians out in the square say that a ship flying the Condor flag was birthed here.
They are simple peasants. They will go along with anything you say in the hopes of parting you from your money.
Condor is run by Karzak, isn't it?
Wrong again, senor. Karzak has nothing to do with anything called Condor, whoever he is.
Do you keep a record of companies registered in Quaramonte?
Of course, senorita. Unfortunately, all the records were destroyed by a flash flood.
Do you know anything about the forthcoming eclipse, General?
Such things do not interest me, senor.
I'll be back.
Alright, let's talk to this dude. He's just going to tell us about paperwork, I think.
Hello, senor. How can I help you?
I'd like to visit your prisoner.
Condemned prisoners aren't allowed visitors.
Condemned?
To death. He is to be executed. Knowing my luck, I will probably have to shoot him myself.
Amnesty International is going to hear about this. I thought Miguel was arrested for playing the wrong kind of music.
Si, senor, he was.
And that carries the death penalty?
No. You think we're crazy? While being questioned, he confessed to being an anti-government agent.
Are there any ancient pyramids near Quaramonte?
Si, senor. But it's not very impressive. It's in ruins.
That's perfect. Would you be willing to give a guided tour of the ruins?
I can't. The General would have a fit if I left all this paperwork.
I'm trying to get out of Quaramonte.
If I had $1 for every time I heard that, I'd be able to buy back half my family.
Never mind them. What about my visa?
We don't take visa.
I didn't ask if you take a visa. I want you to give me a visa.
I can't help you, senor.
Other credit
I don't
card
understand
providers
this
are available.
Would you like a gourmet dog snack biscuit?
I would love one, senor. But I would have a problem with my teeth.
Toothache?
No, senor. If the general catches me eating on duty, he'll knock them out.
Do you recognize this statue?
Tezcatlipoca. The night wind. Take it away, senor. That stone is cursed.
You know anything about this eclipse?
No, senor. El General keeps me in the dark about most things.
So long.
Senor. Leave the child alone.
So I think what we do, we come out here.
Why did you show him the stone?
I thought maybe he might know something about it.
Well, he does now, for sure. He knows we have it.
Did you notice that chart on the police station wall?
Yes, it looked like a map to me, but I couldn't make out the details.
Whatever it was, the general didn't want us to see it. You came on a little strong with the general.
I was merely flattering his ego, George. Every man has his Achilles heel.
Maybe. But that guy's weakness isn't in his foot.
True. Very true.
That man we saw talking to the general was Ubier. Didn't you recognize him?
I never met him, remember? The guy I called in Paris claimed to be Ubier, but he sounded nothing like the man in the police station. Maybe the professor really is innocent.
Nah. It's too much of a coincidence that he's here in Quaramonte. There was nothing else I...
Alright. So I think there's two things I need to do.
Do you have crabs?
No, only fish.
Nice fish.
Thanks.
If by some remote chance I ever need a fish, I'll be back. Do you recognize this statue?
Si, senor. It is very, very bad luck. That is Tezcatlipoca, the Night Hunter.
I know, but I don't believe in luck, good or bad.
You may not now, but you will.
Well, you say that, George, but you got lucky coal in your pocket.
Go away.
Go away. Pretty sure there's nothing here.
Those things are gourds, aren't they?
See.
Hey, mind the footwear, lady. In Quaramonte, defacing a poster was probably a capital offense. It looked to me like an early portrait of Orson Welles.
So I can't remember how to get the...
Do you know Professor Ubier?
Yes. I understand he is about to embark on an archaeological expedition. He hired some equipment from me earlier today.
I overheard him talking to the general. I think they're working together.
What? If I'd known that, I wouldn't have hired out the equipment. Now, why would the general be interested in an archaeologist?
I had nothing else.
This guy want to talk about anything else?
There was nothing else I wanted to ask the guy. It was a store cupboard. It was Conchita, the owner of the mining company. She wouldn't have been interested.
Right, so I think we try and get rid of the general.
There was nothing else I wanted to talk to Nico about at that time. A couple of special offer letters were strewn across the desk. A safe was tucked under the desk. The television was showing what appeared to be a low-budget soap. A tall man with long blonde hair was shouting at a woman who was naked apart from a towel.
Do you have a map of Quaramonte?
A map? I'm
A
sorry,
map?
senor, but I don't.
Well, what about the one on the wall?
Ah, that is an archaeological survey map, senor. Not suitable for tourists.
I'll be back.
I wasn't going to try investigating the... I had nothing else I wanted to ask him.
Hmm.
There was nothing...
Alright, I need to remember what I do here. Oh yeah, we can speak to
There was a
Ubier.
forlorn-looking guy asleep on the floor of the jail. It was Miguel, the pipe player.
Professor Ubier?
Yes? Who are you?
My name is Stobart. George Stobart. Does the name Karzak mean anything to you?
Yes, I know him. In fact, if it wasn't for Kazak, I wouldn't be here.
What?
He's financing my expedition.
Tell me about your wife, Professor.
Please, I don't want to talk about her.
You shot her, didn't you?
No! I loved Carol. She meant the world to me.
What do you know about my girlfriend's abduction?
I don't know what you're talking about.
She was invited to your mansion in Paris.
Not by me, she wasn't. I haven't been home for nearly 7 months.
Have you ever employed a Central American butler or servant?
I've never employed any kind of servant, monsieur.
Do you see this label?
Yes. It refers to a company named Condor. What of it?
I traced that company here, to Quaramonte. Do you know where I can find the offices of Condor Transglobal?
The company no longer exists. They went bankrupt recently.
I have proof that you are directly involved with Condor.
I used them as shippers to transport artifacts to a gallery in Paris. Beyond that, I have no connection with the company, which, as I said, no longer exists.
He's reasonable now.
Take a look at this,
Jeez, I'm
Professor.
so tired.
What have you got to say about that?
Where did you get this?
Never mind that. How do you explain these withdrawals?
I left my financial affairs in the hands of my secretary.
Including the withdrawal of funds in cash from your personal account?
I trust Gwyneth implicitly.
And why Marseille? Why the very place my girlfriend was taken?
That's obvious, Stobart. We are both the victims of the same devious plot.
Now, what plot?
I have no idea.
Can you tell me anything about this stone?
Where did you get that?
That's my business.
How much do you want for it?
It's not for sale. Can you identify this statue, Professor?
Oh, yes. Tezcatlipoca, the Lord of Darkness.
A Central American god, right?
A supreme deity. Tezcatlipoca means, literally, smoking mirror. There.
It's the name of the game.
The Mayans believed he could look into the mirror and see into the hearts of men. He was the wind which came howling in the night in search of victims, and victims they gave him by the thousand.
Human sacrifices?
Men, women, children, animals, anything that bled. The steps of his temple ran red with the blood of sacrifices. The Mayans have a legend that says he'll return one day. I hope I'm not around to see it.
Oh, I could just crawl into bed right now.
No, thank you.
You should, they're good. I can't get enough of these things. Do you know anything about this eclipse, Professor?
Of course. It's not the reason I'm here in Quaramonte, but I'm looking forward to seeing it all the same.
What's your interest in the eclipse, Professor?
Oh, it's purely a layman's curiosity. History is my subject, not astronomy. But I've been fascinated by the movements of the heavenly bodies since I was a child. I wouldn't miss a total eclipse for the world.
Does the eclipse have some special significance for you?
For me? No. For the ancient Mayans, it marked the end of the Fifth Age.
Perhaps we should be celebrating.
Ah, no. The end of each age heralds destruction on a global scale. The fifth is the final age, ending in the total destruction of the Earth.
Alright, I'll end it there
Do
then.
you think the general was involved with Condor?
Hell no. And if he's a general, I'm a Buddhist. No, that fella's just a mouthpiece for the real power in Quaramonte.
So the general is nothing but a puppet?
He's like Pinocchio before he met the Blue Rinse Fairy. Strictly strings and wood.
Who's pulling the strings?
His mother. Better known as La Presidenta, the dictator.
Stealing trucks wasn't my style.
Maybe it should be, George. Maybe it should be.
Why don't you want the general at your party?
Because if he comes, he'll bring those damned music albums from the 70s.
Well, as you know, let me speak to these dudes again, I think.
There was nothing else I wanted to talk to Nico.
Alright, I got an hour left.
Tell me about the general. You know, the guy in charge around here.
We don't want to talk about him, senor.
How come? No one can hear you. Well, only that old goat.
In Quaramonte we have a saying. Don't tell your old goat what you don't want your wife to know.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
I had nothing else to talk about.
Do we need to go and speak to Conchita?
I had nothing else to...
Ah, but
She wouldn't have been.
No, I've already done that.
She wouldn't have been. She wouldn't have been. She wouldn't have. She wouldn't have. She wouldn't. She wouldn't. He wouldn't be interested. He wouldn't be interested.
Pretty sure there's nothing to speak to these dudes about. So I know I need to get rid of the general.
Nothing else.
And I'm pretty sure that needs to happen now. Because then I can look at the map, then I can speak to her, then she'll give me explosives. I don't think there's anything else to speak to Pearl about.
Have you met the guy who calls himself the General?
No, I haven't. Is he a real general?
I guess so. He wears a lot of medals on his chest. The wrong side of his chest. At least for any army I'd ever seen.
Catch you later, Pearl. Hey, Nico!
What was it you wanted to talk about?
I didn't think she'd be in. There was nothing. I'd asked him all I'd... He would have no interest.
I'll be back.
He would have...
I'll be back.
I decided to leave the... He would have...
I'll be back.
It was a computer monitor with some kind of outdated game displayed on it. I didn't have time to get sidetracked by playing computer games. I had no need for junk mail, especially someone else's.
Pretty sure we're done speaking to him as well.
I had nothing else I wanted. The filing cabinet with...
Okay. I got one idea.
What was it you wanted to talk about?
I didn't think she'd be
Ah, why was she not interested? Alright, get your ass out here.
There was nothing else I wanted to talk to.
Hi, Danielle09141. Welcome.
I had nothing else to talk about.
Oh, nice. I always like it when that happens. Oh, I can speak to these guys. Okay. Maybe I know. I already did speak to them, right?
You change your mind. How many?
None.
Don't come.
He wasn't...
What about man over here?
Hi there. What have you got for sale? ¿Qué? I said, what have you got? Oh, never mind.
I'm speaking Spanish, George.
Hi. Lovely bread.
¿Qué?
Bread, pan?
Sí, pan.
Maybe I'll come back later when I'm hungry.
I don't think these you can speak to. Nothing in the hut. Not doing very well. One small thing that I'm missing here to get
Inside the hut was a chair and a
the
small
general
table.
to go with Nico. More specifically, Nico to go with the general.
The mournful look in that goat's eyes was beginning to depress me.
That's the fish guy. So Ronaldo will take Pearl, but the general's got to be gone.
I had no more to talk.
Fuck.
She wouldn't have been.
Catch you later, bro.
Did you find any evidence of Condor's drug
Okay.
smuggling operations?
Drugs? Hell no! Condor was a cover for the illegal export of Mayan artifacts.
How'd you figure?
So who was behind Condor Transglobal?
It was registered in the name of Edan.
Did you get the guy?
I don't think he ever existed. Edan backwards spells Nady, Spanish for nobody.
Is Miguel the reason you're here?
Pretty smart, George. I was supposed to make contact with him. By the time
Here we
I
go.
found him, though, he was in jail. I've been trying to figure out a way to get him out since then.
Sounds good to me. Count me in.
Good man, George.
Ah, here we go,
All
right.
I need is
There
a
we go.
detonator.
How come you brought a truckload of explosives but no detonator?
Call me old-fashioned, but I say packing trunks is woman's work. I left the packing to Pearl, and I can't find a darn thing. Just hope she remembered to bring my denture polish. I'd sure hate to arrive back in the States with tar on my teeth.
Alright. Can I now speak to Nico? And formulate a plan.
There was nothing else I wanted to talk to Nico about at that time.
So I assume that I don't...
What was it you wanted to talk about?
I didn't think
Yeah. So, I think then we can just go in here and it should just let me do it now. Apparently I needed more of a reason to try and get rid of the general. I just wanted to look at his map.
I'd asked him all I'd wanted.
Oh, why?
I had nothing else.
Do we go outside and speak to Miguel? I think we have to wake him up.
There was a forlorn look. It was Miguel.
Alright, alright, maybe we have to go and speak to Conchita to get the detonator. Although, I don't know why she would just give it to us. Unless we have to go and speak to her, and then she'll tell us to get rid of the general, so we can see the map. Might be the order that you have to do things. Yeah, we've not made much progress around here.
Do you have any kind of detonating device in stock?
Sure. They're kept in that cupboard.
I don't suppose you have one spare?
I can't simply give you a device like that, no without a damn good reason.
The general has a chart in his office, which he
There
was
we go.
discussing with Ubier.
Perhaps that chart will tell us where they're heading.
Maybe, but I can't get anywhere near it while the general and his sidekick are there. I had nothing.
Hey!
Alright, so it is exactly what I thought.
Stay out of that cupboard.
Stay out of that cupboard. So do I have to talk with Nico now so that she'll be on the same page? Gasping for a brew. Yes, here we go. There we go.
You're kidding. Did you see the way he was leering at me?
Yeah, you'd make a great snake charmer. Come on, 5 minutes is all I need.
Well, maybe. But it's your harebrained scheme. You do the talking.
My girlfriend has a favor she wants to ask you, General.
For you, my dear. Anything.
What a creep.
I've changed my mind.
Oh, no, you haven't. She's embarrassed about asking you for an interview, General.
An interview with me? Fabuloso!
Well, I want to write a story about you.
You hear that, Ronaldo? An exclusive glossy spread about your beloved general.
Si, Signor General.
Look after things here. I'm going back to my apartment and I don't want to be disturbed.
I'll get you for this, George Stobart.
Don't worry. If you're gone for more than a couple of hours, I'll come and get you.
A couple of hours?
Okay, right, now he should now not give a shit about his paperwork.
Would you take my friend to the ruins now the General's gone?
I'd be honored, Signor.
Thanks. I'll go get her. Do you know where I could buy a detonator?
Did Dwayne put you up to this by any chance? Oh, I get it. This is to detonate the truckload of explosives, right?
Hey, come on, I was kidding. Did you think I was serious?
I know what you boys are like when you get together and make plans. Dwayne says he could solve all the world's problems if he had enough missiles.
I've made the arrangements for your visit to the temple, Pearl.
Oh, that's just great, George. Why don't you come too, honey?
I'd love to, but right now I have to save the world.
Alright, Vod. Sounds good. I will see you in about 45 minutes. Have fun thrusting your arms into toilets.
Guide to take me to the old pyramid.
For a lovely lady, I would go to the ends of the earth. for you, I will go as far as the pyramid and back. But what about your husband?
What he doesn't know won't hurt it. Let's go, Beanpole.
As Pearl and Ronaldo set out for the ruined pyramid, I prepared to search the police station.
That's exactly how it is.
It looked like a geological survey map showing the land to the southeast of Quaramonte City. About 60 miles inland and upstream was an area marked Teoculcan.
I'm George Stobart. You're Miguel the musician, aren't you?
Ex-musician, senor. My career is finished.
Going to jail could be the boost your career needed.
Senor, I would rather die than live with this shame.
Have you heard of a guy called Karzak?
Yes. The old man spoke of him.
The foreigner? Professor Ubier?
That's right.
Ugh.
Man, Karzak is Ubier's boss.
Why is that noose hanging from the bars?
Ronaldo strung it up for me to hang myself. Don't cry for me, Senor Stobart. When I am dead, the goddess will take my soul to rest in paradise.
He wouldn't be in.
How do you know? We hack into the safe.
The safe was undoubtedly locked. I decided to leave the television. It was a computer. I didn't have.
Alright, so Conchita should now give me the explosive, the detonator.
I had nothing else to talk about. I got a good look at that chart in the police station. It's a map of Quaramonte.
Does it tell us where Ubier is heading?
Yeah, a place called Teoculcan.
That's the site of the mine. I wonder why they're being so secretive about Ubier's plans. One thing's for sure. If the general's involved, they're up to no good. I'd like to talk to that musician Miguel. Take the detonator and get him out of that jail.
Okie dokie.
Here is the detonator, Dwayne.
Keep your voice down, George. You want everyone to know. You'd best go and warn Miguel that the U.S. cavalry's on the way.
Okay.
Well.
Hey, Miguel.
What is it? What is happening?
We're getting out of here.
Who's we? They've sent the Delta Force?
Nope.
The Impossible Missions Force?
Don't make me sick. Much better.
Who then?
A retired greetings card salesman from Ohio.
I'm doomed.
You're not the only one.
I should have known you'd be trouble the moment I saw you.
Look, I can explain
Nice
everything.
rat.
Get in that cell. Now.
And what if I refuse?
He'll shoot you.
Okay, here I am, going quietly into the cell.
Very wise. Not Americano scum.
One of the reasons I hate guns so much is the way they make people so damned impolite.
I hope you're enjoying your vacation, Senor Stobart.
Ah, go polish your weapon, Ronaldo.
This was part of your plan, right?
Well, in a manner of speaking, no. I was all out of ideas. It was up to Nico now.
So, here we are.
You've changed.
I thought I would slip into something more comfortable.
The stench of cheap cologne rolled over me like tear gas.
So, what do you want to know about me? Ask and I will answer. I will deny you nothing. I am a very giving person.
How nice for your friends.
Your eyes are glittering like stars.
His damn cologne was making my eyes water. I was running out of sofa.
As spirited as you are beautiful, I admire that.
As long as he admired it from afar. I'd run out of things to talk about.
Right, so we don't have any
I
inventory.
didn't want to watch a lot of... I didn't want the lava lamp.
That's what I was supposed to hear from George. I've really missed him, but things move on, I guess. We agreed to go for a coffee, but first I want to talk to Professor Ubier from the university's Mesoamerican department about the Mine and Stone. If only I could discover the link to the drug smugglers, then I have the most amazing story. A once-in-a-lifetime scoop. I'm sure Ubier will prove to be a reliable fellow, but I have left the stone with Andre just in case. Boy, I was right to be cautious. George and I were attacked in Ubier's house by Central Americans. I was knocked down and drugged with a drug dart fired from a blowpipe, and when I came round, I found myself tied to a chair in a warehouse. Karzak, the drug smuggler I'd been investigating, interrogated me. His psychic Pablo is the man who abducted me from Ubier's house. Karzak wanted to know what I had done with the stone, but refused to tell him anything. He decided to leave me overnight, sure that I would talk in the morning. I heard a noise and thought they had returned to kill me, but I was very relieved when it turned out to be George. He'd come all the way to Marseille to save me. However, we still weren't out of danger, and it took a dunking in the dock water to escape Pablo's murderous grasp. Discovered that the next part of the trail leads to Central America, a place called Quaramonte. Quaramonte is exactly on the beaten track, but if you look beyond the ramshackle huts, it's a beautiful place. However, there's no telling what dark secrets it holds. When I looked around in Quaramonte City, we seemed to be on the right track. We saw Professor Ubier with the man in charge, General Graciento. Surely not a coincidence. The general himself is pretty secretive, and when we talked with our friend Conchita in the mining office, she suspected that Ubier is working hand in glove with the general. George agreed to look at the map in the general's office, so I had to do the distracting. All I told him was that I want to interview, and he insisted on taking me to his apartment. I've handled bigger creeps in the past. I only hope it's worth it. There we go. We're all up to date.
I didn't want the picture. It was a portrait of some thug in a uniform. Is that a lava lamp?
Sure, it's more impressive in the dark. I'll close the blinds.
No, don't do that. Not on such a beautiful day.
Very inappropriate stuff he's watching there.
I, love your TV.
Oh, yeah, cool, no?
Who's the guy with the hat and the fat cigar?
My mother.
I'd run out of... A stuffed swordfish. On close inspection, I noticed that the swordfish was peppered with machine gun bullet holes. The general was a real sportsman, and no mistake. Big fish. Catch it yourself?
Catch it. Fishing poles are for children.
Then how did... Are those bullet holes?
2 magazines on full automatic. It put up quite a fight.
Mom, what is going on here?
Nothing, Mom. I was...
I'm in uniform. And when I'm in uniform, it's...
Madame la Presidente, sorry, Madame la Presidenta.
Now, what is going on here?
Nothing, Madame la Presidenta. I was just showing my friend Nico some of the cool stuff I've got.
Hi.
Good afternoon, señorita. And just what are your intentions toward my son?
Intentions? We were just talking.
How nice. She has good bone structure, Raoul. Has she any brains?
She's a reporter.
Is she? And what sort of questions has she been asking?
I'm a freelance photojournalist. I do lifestyle features.
For what sort of magazines?
It looked safest to play dumb, with good bone structure. Haya, Lifestyle of the Super Rich and Vainglorious, Envy Magazine,
Excellent! Raoul, you've chosen well for a change.
It was pretty obvious who pulled the strings around here. I hope George was making good use of the time I was buying him.
And then it goes.
Pa 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 pa.
And when you were in this band of yours, you used to play that song for 2 hours?
Yeah, we were really famous at our college. Still, ours wasn't as good as the original version.
I have never heard that song before, yet I have no doubt that this must be true.
Hey! Psst! Hey, George!
Dwayne Henderson. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. Get to the American consul and tell him I've been imprisoned without charge.
Get real, George. He was the previous occupant of that cell you're in. We're gonna have to use good old American know-how to get you out of there.
Uh-oh.
That, and this truck full of explosives I've got here.
Dwayne, listen to me. You'll kill all of us.
You're such a naysayer, George. It'll go like clockwork.
Be fine.
Negative to negative. It's positive to you gotta get the bare copper wire here. Let me just, damn. All right, I'll just hook that up. There we go. Okay, just a minute. I've got to get to a safe distance.
Quick, Miguel, hit the mattress.
You have strange customs up north.
Here we go.
Too late.
Are we dead yet?
Horse shit.
What happened to the explosives?
There ain't no explosives. My dumbass supplier must have given me organic fertilizer instead of chemical. All I got here is 400 pounds of lightly fried horse apples.
That's a lovely image, Dwayne. Never mind, I'll think of something. I couldn't reach. Listen to me, Miguel. You give me that rope and I'll get us out of here. Is there somewhere you can hide from the General?
Of course. My friends have a boat ready to take me upriver. But how are you going to break out of here with just a short piece of rope?
I'm not sure, but I'll think of something.
Still have all my inventory, so that's good.
If your plan doesn't work, will you let me hang myself in peace?
I couldn't escape.
I want to speak to Dwayne, but I'm in my own way. There we go.
I had nothing else to...
But this isn't very good.
Hey, Dwayne, I want you to tie this rope to your truck and then drive forward. I'd had no idea whether this was really going to work, but I'd seen it in a black and white western. Of course, Hopalong was using a horse and Dwayne had a 4-ton truck, but hey, the principle's sound.
Anything you say, George!
Please forgive my mother. She can be a little difficult.
Oh, my feet, Raoul! Propose, you idiot!
Don't mind her. She just wants grandchildren.
Don't think I can't hear you, Raoul. I want the worthy successor, and you're not it. Propose now, or I'll do it for you.
Look, Nico, we haven't known each other very long, but... What the hell was that?
I didn't know what was going on, but Georges had to be involved in it somewhere.
That face.
I ain't gonna say a thing, cause that sweet sound of falling masonry says it all.
Quick, senor, the river.
Huh? Wait, what about Nico?
Georges, what have you done? You only had to sneak a look at the chart, and it's turned into World War III.
No time to explain. Come on.
Don't move, terrorist scum. You talking to me, Junior?
Yes, I'm talking to you, fat man, and my name's not Junior.
A word to the wise, Junior. You carry on waving that pea shooter in my face, and the next person who sees it is gonna be your proctologist. Savvy?
General, I am happy to report that I have apprehended the terrorists. You idiot! Not them! The other American and the French woman! They're the ones!
World's loudest music. This cutscene is so loud.
When I recovered consciousness, I was alone, washed up on the riverbank. My head was aching fiercely, and my mouth tasted like a swamp. At first, I thought the music I heard was in my head. Just my luck to wind up in paradise with a migraine. But I followed the sound and discovered a treehouse in a nearby clearing.
Kentucky?
That vine rope could be useful. The contraption consisted of a crude wooden wheel with wooden slats.
Hey, let's read George's thing. Oh, we've missed all this. Squad outside the transportable offices. I hope I can find some clues inside. I'm worried that time's running out. I found Nico trussed up but safe. She'd been investigating a narcotic smuggling ring, posing as a courier, but instead of drugs, she came across a Coda stone. We don't know why the stone is significant, but it sure is great to have Nico back. A spot of zip wire daring do. We escaped the clutches of Pablo, the Central American brute. I hope Titipoco and his little buddy with the blowpipe is going to be alright. Returned to Paris where Nico made Lomino give me the Coda stone. Turns out that when Titipoco kept saying Quaramonte, he was trying to give me a clue because Quaramonte is where Ubier ships his artifacts from. Just off to Central America with my girl, or should that read ex-girl? Quaramonte City, what a place. As capital cities go, it sure took some beating at the bottom end of the scale. But the trailer's heart we found Ubier cozying up to the guy in charge, a sleazeball called General Graciento. I tried to talk to him, but I got zilch. Bumped into my old friends Pearl and Dwayne, who I first met in Syria. Dwayne is as nutty as proverbial fruitcake, claimed to work with the CIA. Jury's still out on that one. He seemed pretty keen to bust Miguel, a local musician, out of jail. No idea why. Nico and I met the manager of the local mining company, Conchita, who claims that her mine was sabotaged. We agreed to help her as part of an exchange. Nico took the general off to interview while I sneaked a peek at his map. Can't be coincidence that Ubier's archaeological expedition is right where the sabotaged mine is located. Maybe Ubier has been trying to scare people away from the area around the mine. I wonder why. Then, just as I thought I was ahead, Ronaldo, the general's assistant, locked me in one of the jail cells, so I needed busting out of jail too. Dwayne sprung me and Miguel from jail. Not the most elegant of rescues, but do I care? Nico arrived just in time. We hightailed it out of there and escaped an old fishing boat. We headed upriver towards the mine, the archaeological expedition, and inevitably trouble. Just when we thought we were safe, we had settled down for some well-earned kip. No American would say that, I don't think. No American would use the word kip. Settled down for some well-earned kip. A helicopter appeared from the darkness and bombed the boat. I remember being blown into the water and debris falling all around me, then the stream carried me away. I looked for Nico, but I couldn't see her. Did she make it? God, I hope so. There we go. We'll have to find out if Nico made it.
The iron rim of the water wheel would have torn the skin from my fingers if I touched it. It was a pile of damp leaves.
I only vaguely remember what I need to do here.
Two round stones were carefully balanced on a wooden structure.
He's gonna be like, oh, I don't know what you want me to do here.
Stones were too heavy to turn. The vine provided a drive belt to connect the two stones.
Then we can go.
The cone was ideal as a makeshift container.
Well, I don't think this is right.
It was a pile of.
So, actually, one thing I do need to do is.
Hello? Anyone home?
Yeah, it's not going to hear me over the racket. I actually think the perspective is really odd here. That seems as though it's really, really far away, and then this is obviously really, really close.
It seemed to be working just fine. A wooden box was connected to the nearby water wheel.
I can't remember what's over here. Maybe there isn't anything actually. It's all... Okay, yeah. Everything I need is in here.
was heavy. I guess that was intentional. Now I had the contraption working.
So I think I need to dry out leaves. I'm pretty sure that's what I need to do here.
It was a pile of damp leaves.
Didn't want to do that.
It would have been a shame to tamper with the elegant bridge. It was a pile. It was a pile.
Okay. There's only certain... Cone. Can I put the leaves in the cone? Is he going to do that now? No. Da 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 da.
I'd always wanted a treehouse like that when I was a kid. I'd always
Wasn't sure which button I'd pressed.
When I was a kid. The machine seemed to be pumping air up to the treehouse.
I need to set fire to that, but it's damp, so it needs to not be damp. And I can't remember how I get...
2 round stones were...
The annoying thing is I know what to do. I just don't know how to do it. That's the really frustrating thing with this. Ba 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 ba. I need to set fire to the leaves so that then the smoke will get dragged up there. And he'll notice I'm here. That's what I need to do. I think that's going to be a big fat nothing. Oh, okay, no it isn't.
I placed the newspaper clipping over the damp leaves. It was a pile... It was a pile of damp leaves. It was a pile of damp...
Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's I used Tezcatlipoca for something.
It was the flint statue of Tezcatlipoca.
Because it's flint. Did you put it on the... Yeah, yeah, here we go, I think. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I need to dry the leaves out?
As I held the fetish to the
Okay,
flame
yeah, no,
of
no, it's fine.
a shower of sparks cascaded onto the leaves.
Second time with smoke, so I know.
Quick, man, put out that fire. I've got a sick woman up here.
Sorry, Father, but I needed to attract your attention.
Who are you? And what do you want?
My name is Stobart, George Stobart.
I'm Father Hubert. I don't suppose you speak French.
Huh? Why do you want to know that?
I found a young woman with a fever by the river this morning. The poor girl is close to death, and there's nothing I can do for her but pray. I don't understand her, but I think she's speaking French.
Hang on. That must be Nico.
Okay, I'm gonna do that before I forget.
The cone was
So that's jumping way ahead.
That's my girlfriend you've got in your treehouse. What's the matter with her?
She's been bitten by a venomous river snake.
But can't you do something for her? There's a cure, isn't there?
I ran out of penicillin and morphine years ago, but the local people speak of a root which they believe will counteract the poison.
Where can I find this root?
I don't know, but maybe the shaman at the village can tell us.
What are you doing out here in the jungle?
God's work. Not quite the destination I had in mind when I set out, but, well, you know what they say? Mysterious ways and so on.
You didn't plan to end up here?
No. I was on my way to the miners' camp in the north. I was stuck here when my boat capsized on the river.
That's exactly what happened to me. How long have you been here?
11 years.
Will you show me the way to the village?
Me? Oh, but I can't.
Can't? Nico's life depends on it.
You're right. Of course I should, despite my own guilt and shame. But I can't go as a representative of God with a creased collar.
A creased collar? You mean you put your personal attire higher than the life of a sick woman?
I will not go to that village looking anything but my best.
Give me your collar. I'm sure I can...
I already have, don't worry.
Thank you, my son. In the meantime, I must contemplate my sermon.
There was obviously more than a creased collar bothering the priest. So there I was, hundreds of miles from civilization, doing the housework for a priest. It's a strange world.
Very strange world, George.
The press worked surprisingly well on the collar.
Oh, actually, yeah. Sorry, I didn't need the container for that. The cone for that. Oh, all right. Well, we picked up the picked up the cone. Let's put it back.
The cone was Here's your collar, Father.
Thank you, George. You probably think it a little odd of me to make such a fuss.
Oh no. If I've been living in the jungle for 11 years, I'd be completely screwy too.
Screwy? Yes, perhaps I am. Ever since my last
Oh,
visit
that's
to
it.
the
Yeah,
village.
yeah, I remember.
Do you want to tell me what happened at the village?
I forgot my vows. I let myself be overwhelmed by the beauty of this unspoiled paradise, and in a moment of weakness, animal passion reared its rampant head.
You know, you should be writing romantic novels. Did you experience some kind of a physical liaison at the village?
Yes, I'm ashamed to admit it, but I found myself doing the monkey dance.
I've never heard it called that before, and I didn't want to pry any deeper into Hubert's...
Oh, come on, George. You know you do.
Now you've got your collar back, will you take me to the village?
I've still not finished my sermon.
Look, Father, I still don't know why you're so reluctant to visit that village, and it's none of my business. Whatever the reason, it can't be more important than saving Nico's life.
You're right. I must be crazy. We must make haste if we're to reach the village before nightfall.
By the time we reached the village, it was sunset.
These absolute giga chads here.
Hello, boys. Glad to see you're still wearing the underpants. What?
They're the best Christmas present we ever had, Father.
Minor.
They say with
We all have our crosses
perfect
there.
American
This
accents.
is George. He has a request to make. I'm afraid I can't stay. Good luck, George.
Good luck, George.
That's a relief. I never feel comfortable with him about.
Me neither. These damn pants keep riding right up my butt.
So, what do you want?
My girlfriend has been bitten by a snake.
So, everyone in my family has been bitten by snakes.
I was bitten by a dormouse once.
She's real sick. I hoped your wise man might have medicine.
Wise man? You must have the wrong village.
Father Hubert said there was a wise man in the village who could help me.
Ooh, he must mean the old man, the shaman.
I'd like to see the shaman, please.
You can't just go walking in there and demand to speak to the shaman.
Why not?
You have to observe the protocol. The shaman demands tribute.
Tribute? You mean like a gift?
That's right.
The eternal question. What do you give a man who has everything? Would your wise man have any use for lipstick?
Doing this.
Not in that color.
Haven't you anything in black?
Of course I don't. This stone is what brought me here.
That's a spirit stone. I wouldn't touch it if I was you.
You're right. It could be cursed.
I thought I could give him the coal.
I know it's not much, but I want your shaman to have this.
Do you expect him to eat that?
He's an old man, you know. He might choke.
Give me a clue. What kind of things does your shaman like? Does he have a hobby, a favorite sport?
You insult us. The shaman lives on a higher plane.
Oh, right. Maybe a book would be more suitable. Or a jigsaw puzzle? Don't you just hate choosing presents for people you don't know? Are you going to stand by and let my girlfriend die?
Of course not. What do you think we are, savages?
We'll start the preparations for a cremation feast.
Here, he'll like these biscuits.
I thought there was a lot more stuff you could send to him.
If you say so.
But it sort of just walked me into it. Oh, I kind of...
Like the biscuits, especially the black ones. He wants to know if you've any more.
I have just remembered what else I can do.
I put the statue in the empty box. Here, I found some more of those biscuits for the shaman.
I think this will piss him off.
I'll give them to him.
I'm pretty sure I know how to get it.
The shaman said to give you back this statue.
He didn't want it?
He's already got one.
Right. I suspect there's an achievement buried in here somewhere.
I didn't think that was...
Ah. I also think this will just get sent back.
Here, I found some more of those biscuits for the shaman.
Shaman?
I'll give them to him. The shaman wants to talk to you.
I hoped he would.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to...
It's been nice to talk to you guys. I didn't think the inn...
Okay, maybe that wouldn't have worked then. Okay, can we go...
Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Please, sit down. Welcome, George.
The guy's still wearing his sunglasses at night.
I've been foretold that a white man would bring the Coyote Stone to this village.
I don't suppose this would be any use to you.
It sure would. This wax on a stick will change our lives.
What do you want it for?
To decorate our bodies for the monkey dance.
Why is Father Hubert so reluctant to visit the village?
I don't know. He used to come here a lot, but then he just stopped. You'd think he'd want to spend some time with his kids.
Did you say Father Hubert has kids?
3 girls and 5 boys by my reckoning. All conceived in the same week at the Feast of the Monkey Dance.
The fire graphics are actually pretty good here.
My girlfriend's been bitten by a snake.
And you want me to heal her?
That's the idea. Can you do it?
I'm not sure. My gums aren't what they used to be.
Listen, my girlfriend's in a coma. Please, old man, give me the root.
What root?
Father Hubert told me of a root which could cure the bite of the river snake.
There's nothing sacred with these people. That was our secret, known only to members of my tribe.
If that root is my chance of saving Nico's life, then I want it. Fast.
There is time yet, George Stobart. Time to learn why you were called.
We gotta learn some lore.
Fine. If I listen to the story, will you give me the root?
The eel travels far, but still returns to the place of his spawning.
And look, I'm running a tight schedule, so can you skip the riddles?
Many years ago, when the world was young, the great god and king Quetzalcoatl was defeated by trickery and deceit. His enemy Tezcatlipoca took his place as leader and demanded terrible human sacrifices. A group of loyal priests found a way to trap Tezcatlipoca. But his powers were so great, they knew he would not remain trapped forever. His time of incarceration would end with the eclipse, which marked the close of the...
It's next week.
So the priests fashioned 3 obsidian stones which contained the power to seal the mirror for all time. But before the stones could be put in place, they were seized by the invading Spanish.
But how did they trap the evil god?
Oh, come on, you know how to play Tezcatlipoca.
They told Tezcatlipoca was dedicated to him. At its center, they fashioned a huge mirror of perfectly smooth.
Obsidian is a crazy material.
Into the pyramid with praise and flattery, they used sorcery to ensnare him in the mirror.
There's an eclipse of the sun due very soon, isn't there?
Correct. The eclipse which marks the ending of the Fifth Age will come before the next full moon.
Less than 2 weeks. I didn't really believe that Tezcatlipoca would return, but I figured Karzak's plans would be somehow connected. What happened to the stones?
They were taken by the Spanish to the coastal town that is now called Quaramonte City. Only one stone reached Spain. The other 2 fell into the hands of buccaneers. The Jaguar stone was captured by an English captain, El Draco. The Eagle stone was taken by a pirate called Ketch. The 3rd stone, the Coyote stone, reached Spain safely. That is the stone in your possession.
Tell me more about the Jaguar stone.
Jaguar.
3 centuries ago, the port of Quaramonte was entered by a ship flying Spanish colors. The captain, the man known as El Draco, sent soldiers ashore. Only when the soldiers arrested the mayor did the people realize that they were English privateers. The mayor was held hostage while the soldiers looted and plundered the city.
That sounds like the sort of thing the Brits would do.
They stole was the Jaguar stone.
At least he says Jaguar properly.
Where is the Jaguar stone now?
I suppose El Draco took it back to his homeland, across the Great Sea.
To England. Tell me more about the Eagle stone.
The stone was loaded onto a galleon with many valuable artifacts plundered by the Spanish. But shortly after leaving harbor, a terrible squall blew up and damaged the ship. The ship was intercepted by a bloodthirsty pirate, Captain Ketch. Ketch made short work of overpowering the crew, stealing the treasure, and sinking the Spanish ship.
Where's the Eagle stone now?
Nobody knows for sure. Ketch retired from piracy and bought an island in the Caribbean.
There's a whole load of romantic legend about pirates and Cayman, none of which is really true. I imagine there were pirates around these parts, but there was the false story that I think it was pirates that were on the island saved some of the king's men, the king's navy, and then as a reward the king of England said that there would be no taxes levied on Cayman, which is completely false. No evidence in support of that whatsoever.
What do I do when I find the stones?
Bring them here to me and I shall prepare you. The stones must be taken to the heart of the pyramid. Only there can they be used to seal the gate by which Tezcatlipoca will return to this world.
Suppose I was to believe there was anything in your story, other than the rambling delusions of a seriously wacky old man. Suppose I was to swallow it, hook, line, and kitchen sink. What then?
Then you would see that the fate of the human race rests upon your shoulders.
Do I get anything to help me combat Tezcatlipoca?
Like what?
Well, a magical weapon?
Get real, George.
Yeah, George, get real.
Can you show me the way to the pyramid of Tezcatlipoca?
Not until you possess all 3 stones.
Alright, can you give me the drugs now?
Now do I get the root?
Here, take it. Make haste if you wish to save the girl's life. The hummingbird sings to me of death to come.
Now you're talking in riddles again. Listen, is it okay if I crash here? I've got no chance of finding my way through the jungle in the dark.
You're welcome, but you probably won't get much sleep. Tonight's the night of the monkey dance.
I don't think we get to see the monkey dance. We don't.
I left the village at dawn and stumbled back through the jungle in a post-party daze. It was just like sneaking back to my parents' house when I was younger. Except Oakland didn't have monkeys or parrots. It was the route which would...
So he might just go, I don't know what you expect me to do here. Okay.
As the liquid was squeezed from the root, it collected in the cone.
There you go, put a cone of liquid back in your pocket. What? I feel like every time Nico's been in peril, I've ignored her.
Nico?
Huh?
I don't think she even recognized me.
Are we not going to ask how he managed to build a treehouse and also an organ in it?
The shaman thinks you should go visit your kids.
So, he told you?
Look, Hubert, having well, an extended family is nothing to be ashamed of. If I was you, I'd be ashamed of not being there for them.
It's that damned monkey dance that led me astray.
Yeah. A sight like that must be difficult to forget.
Can I pour it into the jug?
You couldn't steal from a priest.
Maybe I was just missing something.
I didn't have any use for...
Alright. So he doesn't put the cone back in his pocket. Okay, there we go. I wasn't particularly
Look, Hubert.
good at
Well, what you waiting for? Give it the go, quickly.
thingy. I know what I mean. Registering.
Nico. Here. Drink this.
Oh, George, it's horrible.
Just swallow it down. Okay, try and rest now, darling. You'll need all your strength when we go after the other two stones.
Other stones? What other stones? What have you gotten me into now, George Stobart?
Well, the patient is sounding more like himself already.
Fast acting route. Like across the Caribbean Sea.
Nico recovered quickly from her fever. To save time, we decided to split up and look for each stone independently. I traced the pirate Ketch to a remote island in the Caribbean. With the fortune he'd amassed from piracy, he'd retired to a place that was later called Ketch's Landing.
Alright, let's read the diary. I've been blown into the water. Oh, there we go. Nico survived. Thank God she was rescued by a priest, Father Hubert, who found her on the riverbank. Nico was preoccupied playing his organ music out of work overtime to convince him to take me to a village where I hope to find a route to save Nico's life. I had to persuade the local guards to let me see their shaman. Yeah, I prefer shaman to shaman. Initially they were reticent, but after some Stobart charm and a little deception, invited me in and we talked. According to my legend, the great god Quetzalcoatl was defeated by the evil god Tezcatlipoca, who demanded human sacrifices. The Coyote stone we found was one of the 3 stones created to imprison Tezcatlipoca for all eternity, the others being an eagle stone and a jaguar stone. Unfortunately, before they could be put in place, they were seized by the invading Spanish and then later split up. The eagle stone was captured by a pirate named Ketch, the jaguar stone by an English sea captain called El Draco. Francis Drake, that is, by the way. And the Cody Stone reached Spain safely. The shaman gave me the route to kill Nico, and once she was well enough, we decided to split up. Once one of the leads from the shaman pointed to an island called Catcher's Landing in the Caribbean. So I went there to hunt down the Eagle Stone while Nico went to London in search of the Jaguar Stone. I'd forgotten how we ended up in London. So it's good that we've now got that sorted.
Hi, is this Ketch's Landing?
Yeah, that's right.
My name's George Stobart. You're a surveyor, right, Mr.
Bronson. And of course I'm a surveyor. Why the hell else would I have a theodolite?
I don't know. Hobby, maybe?
Yeah, right. What brings you here, anyway?
I'm searching for an ancient Mayan artifact.
What is it? Some kind of jewel?
No, it's obsidian. A black stone with supposedly mystic powers.
You're nuts.
You're nuts.
This is similar to the stone I'm looking for.
What makes you think you'll find it here?
Because when the stones were stolen in the 17th century...
Hold it! The stones have been lost for 300 years?
Approximately.
And you're hoping to find them again? You're nuts. And why here?
A wise old Indian shaman told me he saw the stones in a vision.
Ha ha. That's rich. Listen, I got work to do, okay?
Catch you later, Bronson. It looked like a set of plans. I just had to sneak a look at those plans.
Hey, get out of there.
Get out of there.
Wherever I go, I hear those words. Paris, Syria, Ireland, or Spain. Makes no difference.
What do you think you're doing?
I was trying to show some interest in your project.
I do like how the game references itself like that. The game knows that George does not behave like a normal person. But can we do anything with the theodolite? I think he'll yell at us again. I know, we can look through it.
I didn't want a fishing net.
So there's one thing that I do want to make sure I don't do.
Nah, I don't like fish. What's your name?
Rio. It means river. What about you?
George. It means, well, it's just a name. Is it true that Captain Ketch lived around here?
That's right. That's his house up on the hill. It's a museum now.
Yeah? That's exactly what I need. Thanks, kid.
You won't get inside, you know. The old ladies close it down.
What do you know about Captain Ketch?
Just what everybody knows around here. He was a pirate and get himself hung.
Hung.
No school today?
No, sir.
What about your education?
I can fish, sail, and swim. I've been looking after myself since I was 6, and I'm bilingual.
Aren't you a little overqualified for a beach bum?
Well, you know, there's a lot of competition.
Who are these old ladies you mentioned?
Miss Frost and Miss Mina Ketch.
How come the old ladies closed the museum?
It's Bronson's doing. Him have the plans for redeveloping the museum. They're going to regret it, you know. The man's a crook.
Ooh.
Will you help me get those plans?
I don't want to go nowhere near that man. He promised to draw me when he found the fish I left in his sleeping bag.
Do you know anything about pirate treasure?
Man, that's all stories. There's no such thing as a real pirate treasure.
I feel like the accent's a little bit too Jamaican.
What do you think of Rio?
Fish boy? If he comes near me again, I'll throttle the little squirt.
Calm down. What's he ever done to you?
Socked me in the back of my skull with some kind of fish, that's what.
Tell me about
Good.
the two old ladies.
Who? The Ketch sisters. One of them's crazy as a coot, and the other will turn you to stone if you're not careful.
What are you doing with the theodolite?
Surveying the old house. I got great plans for this place.
Oh, yeah?
You bet. Take a look around. What do you see?
Paradise.
I see opportunity. This place is ripe for development.
I like it just the way it is.
And that's where we differ. You see, Mr. Stobart, I'm what you might call a man of vision. I see a great future for Ketch's Landing, and it all starts here, with that house.
Can I take a look at your plans?
No way. What interest would they be to you, anyhow?
I've always had a secret desire to be a surveyor.
You have?
Sure. I mean, you surveyors are just like the great explorers, aren't you? Henry the Navigator, Vasco da Gama, Chris Columbus. Maybe you don't sail uncharted seas or discover new continents, but you're okay in my book.
Horse shit. You just stay away from those plans, you hear?
Not Peggy rating this hard. The bad language.
How do you survey a house like that?
I put a target reflector on the end of one of the flagpoles up there on the house. I sight on it from various locations through the theodolite, record the angles along the baseline, and triangulate them to give me the exact position of the target. Understand?
Why the end of the flagpole? Wouldn't it have been better on a corner of a wall or something?
Are you a surveyor?
No, my degree's in law.
Then shut up.
Then shut up.
Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stobart. Would you care for tea?
No, thank you, ma'am. I don't like tea.
Wow, George. Wow. Wow. Oh, we're gonna have a falling out.
Is that your cat?
Yes, it is. It's Ruddles. Do you like cats, Mr. Stobart?
I love them. They're so cute with their claws and their little puckered butts.
Aren't they, though? Don't encourage him, Mina.
I've been talking to Rio, the little fisher boy.
I'll thank you not to mention that little wretch in my presence.
Dirty little whelk. Nasty fishy boy.
That will do, Mina.
That will do, Mina.
I gather you don't have much time for the little boy.
That child is a delinquent, Mr. Stobart.
Yeah, well, he's only, what, 11, maybe?
A knave with one hand on the tops.
What is it about Rio that you don't like, Miss Frost?
Well, once upon a time, he and Emily...
Be quiet this instant, Mina.
What can you tell me about Emily?
Emily? What business can she be of yours?
Her parents were killed in a typhoon.
We, as her
They're called hurricanes in the Caribbean.
to raise the child.
It's good to know Charity isn't dead.
Oh, but she is. Washed overboard in the typhoon.
Mr. Stobart wasn't talking about Emily's mother. He was being sarcastic.
What else can you tell me about Emily?
How dare you pry into our family in this way? I refuse to answer any more of your impertinent questions.
Can you tell me anything about Captain Ketch?
More than you can tell me about your great-great-great-great-grandfather, no doubt.
You're his descendants?
Certainly. Captain Ketch was born in Dorset, England, in the reign of King Henry VIII. His family were undistinguished farmers, but young Frederick Ketch decided to go to sea.
We have plenty of seamen in our family, Mr. Stobart.
Are you interested in history, Mr. Stobart?
Yes, I am. You were telling me about Captain Ketch. Do go on.
Oh, yes. He sailed under Hawkins.
Jim Hawkins?
John Hawkins, one of the great traders of the Elizabethan age. In 1568, Frederick Ketch was a young man serving aboard the Jesus, Hawkins' flagship.
Jesus.
He sailed from England to Africa and across the wide Atlantic to these islands. Ketch was never to see the shores of England again.
How come Ketch never made it home?
Because the Spaniards sank the Jesus in an act of treachery.
You said Hawkins' fleet traded between Africa and the Indies. What was it they were trading?
Black men with no shirts.
You have to understand, Mr. Stobart, that this was the 16th century.
But that doesn't alter the fact that Hawkins and Ketch were slavers and pirates.
Would it surprise you to learn that Hawkins was also
I mean,
a
they all were,
devout
right?
religious man?
He transported
thought they were-
slaves in a ship named after Jesus Christ.
I
In
thought
my
they were
book, that makes him a
salvaging the savages.
What happened to Ketch? Was he killed?
Oh no, he got away and returned to this island, to this very house.
The Frederick Ketch Memorial Museum.
Is it true Frederick Ketch was a pirate?
Frederick Ketch was emphatically not a pirate.
They hanged him, you know. Down there on the beach in front of his family. Didn't bother with the trial. Just whipped him out from his breakfast table and hoisted him up in chains.
Well, if he wasn't a pirate, what did they hang him for?
Envy. Pure green-eyed envy. He had been a successful privateer, you see, and had accumulated...
Sounds like copium to me.
As rich as a mink in a paddock.
Shut up, Mina.
Yes, Frost.
The small-minded governor and his lackeys wanted his money, trumped up some ridiculous charge about breaking the conditions of his letter of marque, and hanged him like a common thief. The blackguards!
Letter of marque?
The document that permitted him to engage and destroy the enemies of the crown. The difference between a lawful privateer and a pirate. Yoo-hoo!
Sorry, Frost.
Well, why didn't Ketch just say, take a hike, guys, I've got a pirating license?
Frederick Ketch was not a pirate!
But he did show them his letter of marque.
But they destroyed it and hanged him anyway.
Okay.
They wouldn't appreciate.
How do you know?
The ladder extended easily.
You there? What are you doing?
Pardon me, ladies, I was just going to climb your ladder.
You know, as you do.
Helping Bronson.
Oh, you're not like him, are you? He's very polite, isn't he, Frost? And he has dimples when he smiles.
Get down!
Sorry. There was nothing else I wanted to add.
Alright, let's
Hi, Puss. Wanna play?
cat. Oh, sorry.
Hey, cat. Watch where you're putting those claws. The cat looked at me as if to say, why have you brought a dead worm halfway around the world? I had no answer. It would have been pretty cool to draw, but I didn't have the heart. And besides, those sisters would kill me.
Okay. That was the achievement I wanted to get.
I had no more to talk to him about.
Alright, so I think we need to go over to Rio.
I think Bronson is trying to cheat those sweet, vulnerable old
I mean, they're not
ladies.
sweet.
That's a little unfair, isn't it?
Okay. He's trying to cheat those seriously demented, poisonous old ladies.
There we go.
You have to admire his acumen.
Tell me about your friend Emily.
Why are you so interested in Emily Ketch?
Emily Ketch? A descendant of Captain Ketch, the pirate?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't bother you?
Why should it? We don't responsible for our ancestors.
Maybe we can still be bothered by it. I mean, yeah, I'm not responsible for slavery. But
What you've got there?
I didn't think the kid would be interested in that.
I don't think he'll know about Tezcatlipoca.
What you've got there?
I didn't think that...
So... there are a bunch of things that I know I need to do. I just can't remember the exact sequence I need to do them in.
It was locked.
Locked.
The house is closed.
How come?
It is undergoing refurbishment.
Oh, of course. This must be the place Bronson's surveying.
The intention is to prepare the museum for the new century.
The Frederick Ketch Memorial Museum. It would look nice in neon.
A museum for a pirate? There was a stony silence.
I mean...
As I have already told you, sir, he was not a pirate. It's precisely this sort of vile misrepresentation that Mr. Bronson is seeking to rebalance.
Oh? How?
Mr. Bronson has kindly agreed to undertake the museum's refurbishment at a very reasonable price. He understands the importance of a sense of history.
Funny. That's not the impression I got of Bronson at all.
He also understands spherical geometry.
Mina?
Well, he does.
Listen, ma'am. I came a long way to visit this place.
If we make an exception in your case, everyone will want to get in.
Pardon me, but I didn't exactly have to fight my way through the crowds.
Got him.
The second visitor we've had today.
No, I'm sorry, but it's impossible.
So, I think I must have something to speak to them about now.
You're really fond of that cat, aren't you?
He is our companion and our solace.
I thought about catnapping the little monster until they let me in, but it wasn't my style. Maybe there was some other way I could use their affection for the cat to get me into the house. Okay, it was time for diversionary tactics. I thought I saw a little girl down on the beach.
You must be mistaken.
He must be mistaken. Mustn't he, Frost?
I'm sure I'm not. A little girl and that young fisher boy.
What? It's not possible. What were they doing?
Oh, the kinds of things that all little boys and girls get up to at their age.
When I was a little girl, we used to play cows and milkmaids.
Woe betide you if you're lying to us, Mr. Stobart. Heaven help you.
Yeah, George. Now... yeah, there is something down here that I need to get.
With a creak of ancient corsetry, the sisters sailed majestically over the distant horizon.
Actually, there is something down here I'm pretty sure I need to get. Oh no, it isn't. It's I think it's from Rio.
Can you let me have a fish, kid?
I thought you say you don't like fish.
It's not for me. It's a present.
For the old ladies? Well, it makes a change from flowers and candy.
No, it's for their cat.
Okay. What do I get out of it?
I can pay you. I've got Quaramontian dollars, French francs, and traveler's checks.
You must be joking. The nearest bank is 3 islands away.
Will you give me a fish if I get these, are these ugly tapes on panties worth a fish?
No, man.
How come the old ladies closed the museum?
It's Branson's doing. Him have the plans for redeveloping the museum. Oh, I know all about Mr. Branson's plans.
Alright, we'll give him a worm.
Is this worm worth a fish?
Could be good bait. How did it die?
I think it drowned in tequila.
Just like my Uncle Gabriel. Yeah, I'll have that.
There we go.
Okay, I'll get you a fish. It might take a while, though.
Did you see the weird sisters come by here?
Did I? They look madder than usual, so I hide until they're gone by.
Just as well. They thought you were playing with Emily. Boy, were they
Wow, George, you're such a liar.
I'm madder than them.
There was nothing else I wanted to ask the boy.
Alright. So, actually, yeah, let's go and... Oh, no, he hasn't... I haven't got the fish yet, so let me speak to Bronson.
Did you see the sisters go by?
Yeah, they wanted to string that Fisher brat up. Of course, I told them where to find him.
A fink as well as a creep. Nice.
But he'd managed to vanish somehow.
Catch you later, Bronson.
I couldn't think of any reason to climb the tree.
I can climb the ladder now.
I didn't have a flag on me, so the flagpole would have to stay bare. Maybe in my high school days, but not now.
Oh, where's your sense of adventure, George?
I couldn't reach the flagpole, and a bush stopped me from moving the ladder across.
I think there is something I need to do with Rio.
I wasn't going to risk further laceration by the cat's claws. A cute little putty tat. Actually, no. It was a mangy old flea bag. It was busily torturing a red ball.
All right.
It was a net left to dry in the sunshine. I didn't want a fishing net.
No luck with a fish?
No, man. They don't want bite. That's cause they know there's a storm brewing.
Storm? I don't think so.
Hey, I got a bite.
You have?
It's a big one. A real big one.
Reel him in, Rio. Jeez, it must be a whale or something.
Rustiest whale I ever see.
I still need a fish, Rio.
Okay, make me try again.
Maybe you better change your bait. The only serviceable part of the bicycle's wreck was a rubber inner tube. You just never know when you're going to need stuff like that.
Oh, I need to get a fish. Okay, good.
There's a fish, my man.
I can't put it in my pocket while it's flapping about like that.
No problem.
I like how you're just gonna put a fish in your pocket. That's perfectly normal. Okay, then we go.
Okay, cat. You don't deserve this, but here's a little fish. The little monster ate the fish, but never strayed far from the ball.
So I think.
I put my lucky lump of coal in the catapult. Took aim. No! My lucky piece of coal vanished into the distance.
Oh
Looked like
no.
it was going into orbit.
Oh no.
I wasn't going to risk.
So I did something wrong. So I think Rio will give me another fish. Yeah, he's got another one.
There's a fish, my man.
It's pretty good that they don't make you wait around for another fish. Because they know everyone's gonna just give the cat the fish immediately. Yeah, it's a little bit of a faff, but I don't mind it.
I doubted I had Rio's grasp of Piscean aerodynamics. There had to be a better projectile than a dead fish.
Okay, what do we... Oh, do we... I know we do something.
I couldn't reach it.
So we might actually tie... This is what I think we might do. We might tie the...
That isn't it at all.
Tie the... I think this is what we do. Okay, inner tube. Let's take that back. We tie the fish to the inner tube. Tie the inner tube to the flagpole. Then we get the ball. Then we take everything down. I'm pretty sure that's what we do.
Nope.
Or not. Or, oh, okay, maybe we do... Yeah, let's go with the ladder. Maybe I have to do it in a really specific order. Because then that gets the cat away from the ball. We can then pick up the ball and then give the cat the fish. I was correct.
I'd have to do that from the ground.
Oh my god. I think it must have caught the ladder.
That should get the old cat dancing. I just hoped it didn't give itself a cardiac. I didn't want to risk the wrath of that vicious animal by putting my... I didn't have a flag on me, so the flag...
I wanna...
Maybe I had a future as a surreal...
No, I don't believe... Okay, there we go. It's just the activation point for the inner tube is really weird. Alright, go down the ladder. Inner tube. There we go with the ball.
I put the ball in the catapult. Took aim. Yes! Okay, so it was a lucky shot, but I'd knocked the theodolite target clean off the end of the flagpole.
Him is furious.
What the hell's going on here?
Hi, Bronson. Nice to see you too.
You again. Have you been screwing around with my theodolite target? Where is it? I had to climb out of the window to put that one on. Damn it, I'm gonna have to go through all that again.
Not this time. The house is locked up and the sisters aren't here.
Hell's teeth! I'll have to put the spare target on the other flagpole. A whole morning's work wasted. I'm gonna fix all this, and then I'm gonna fix you, you hear?
Yeah?
Uh-oh.
Fine. I'll be waiting.
Uh-oh.
What you doing, Bronson? Just hanging around?
I mean, you could drop there.
Stobart, get me down from here!
What, so you can kill me? Gee, you talked me out of it, Bronson.
I felt a little guilty about leaving Bronson up there, but not much, obviously. The marker was a bright, shiny thing, and I have a weakness for bright, shiny things.
Also, I'm going to take the...
It wasn't going to be much use without the theodolite.
I know. Jesus.
The novelty value of having an inner tube in my pocket had...
Okay, so I don't need that.
Left it there. I wasn't going to risk further...
I want to look through the theodolite. I don't think I can though. Yeah, no, it's just going to make me pick it up.
With Bronson out of the way, I could finally get a clear look at the part. Engineer's drawings didn't mean much to me, But one thing was clear. These plans were for a 5-story, 200.
I mean, that's pretty crass. I'm all for development, but
another stain on the bedspread of paradise.
5 stories, 200 rooms. 200 rooms is too many for a hotel. Presumably we go back up here, the sisters will come back. I'm gonna need tea fairly soon.
You there? Why is Mr. Bronson
You there?
from that flagpole?
He climbed up there of his own accord.
Then help him, you stupid man! Quickly, before he falls!
I mean, I'm not gonna do that.
It was Bronson's plan.
Here, Bronson's plans.
This means nothing to me.
She's not wearing her reading glasses.
Ah, wait. Yes, I see now. I see it all too clearly. That man is planning to build a huge hotel. Bronson is a confidence trickster. Mina, we have been duped. I'm glad we didn't sign his contract.
Oh, I hate tricksters. Especially confident ones.
Come, Mina.
She beats him with her umbrella.
Mr. Bronson, you may consider yourself persona non grata.
Yes. Cave Canum.
Kindly disentangle yourself from our flagpole and eject yourself from our property this very minute.
Disentangle. Eject.
Hey, cut that out, you crazy old bat!
How dare you! Mina isn't crazy, she's just engagingly eccentric.
Yeah, as a bedbug. Ouch!
Lovely as this little vista is, I'd be really grateful if you could let me into the museum now.
Certainly, young man. We are most grateful to you for exposing this scoundrel.
Scoundrel indeed. A rascal. A scallywag.
Thanks, ladies.
Stobart, be a pal. Get these harpies off me. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, I forgot we had a break in London. Okay.
While George was basking in the sun-drenched Caribbean, I went. It was a long shot, but I thought I'd start my search for the Jaguar Stone at the British
I
Museum.
actually really quite like this bit. Recognize those two? Having looked around Quantum Monster City, we seem to be on the right track. We saw Professor Ubier with the man in charge, General Graciento. Surely not a coincidence. The general himself was pretty secretive, and when we talked with our friend, not our friend, our fried Conchita. We talked with our fried Conchita in the mining office. She suspected that Ubier is working hand in glove with the general. George agreed to look at the map in the general's office. I had to do the distracting. All I told him was I wanted to do an interview, and he insisted on taking me to his apartment. I've handled bigger groups in the past, and I hope it's worth it. Oh, we already read that. Okay. We did definitely read that. Graciento was as wimpy as I expected. His mother, Quaramonti's president, turned up and started talking about marrying him off. Luckily, George's jailbreak gave me the distraction I needed to get out of there. Escaped up. We were on a boat heading towards the mine, but in the night we were attacked by a helicopter and the boat sank. I remember swimming away from the debris, and then nothing. I came round days later with an awful taste in my mouth. No comment. George had made a dreadful root juice concoction, which he had made me drink. I am, of course, very grateful to him. George and I had 2 more stones to find, so we split up. The stone I was searching for, the Jaguar stone, was captured by an English sea captain known as El Draco. But George headed off to the sun-drenched Caribbean. I went to London. It was a long shot, but I thought I'd start with my search for the Jaguar stone at the British Museum. Spoiler alert, British Museum doesn't really look that much like this. What swag have we got? We got nothing, we just got a bag.
There was nothing very useful in my bag, just a single hair clip. It was a hair clip.
It was a hair clip. Actually, no, let's look at it first. I don't want to interact with it.
It was a stone identical in size and style to the Coyote stone. However, this stone bore the image...
Well, we found it, everyone. Game over. Done.
The mask looked more African than American. The cabinet was locked. That's the kind of thing Georges would do, not me.
So these were the two that were in Lee's gallery.
You could help me.
Where's Macaroni? Can he translate?
Oh, never mind.
Oh, never mind. I do not have time for your bullshit. Oh, what's over here, actually?
It was a small, flat square of polished obsidian. Nothing like the
Okay,
one I was
that's
looking
the decoy.
According to the caption, this was the scrying mirror given to Dr. John Dee by Sir Francis Drake.
Can I help you, miss?
Good I help you.
What can you tell me about the scrying mirror?
Ah, that belonged to the alchemist and part-time Elizabethan spy, Dr. John Dee. It was brought back from the New World by Sir Francis Drake and presented to him. It's Mayan, you know.
What is a scrying mirror?
It's rather like a crystal ball, and you can't see anything in it. Apparently, he had a partner who used it to talk with angels. If you ask me, you were barking mad.
You were barking mad.
Have you ever heard of an English sea captain called El Draco?
El Draco? Not a very English name.
I think that's what the Spanish would have called him. It was about the time of the conquistadors.
16th century. Oh, I know. That's what the Spanish called Sir Francis Drake.
Francis Drake? Have you got anything here that belonged to him?
Indeed, miss. We have a couple of artifacts he brought back from one of his journeys.
It didn't look anything like the Coyote stone. This one was like a little black shaving mirror. Is the scrying mirror the only piece of obsidian Drake gave Dee?
Funny you should ask. There's another called the
I've already found it.
Dee never liked it though. Said there were angels in the mirror, but devils in that stone.
Can I take a closer look at Dee's mirror, please?
No, you cannot. That's why the cabinet is locked. They tried some newfangled interactive scheme. And you can guess what happened. Bloody kids ran off with half the exhibits. Hands-on experience, my foot. In my days, it was hands off, I ask you.
Hands
What do
off.
kids know about ancient Mayan civilization? Nothing.
I didn't think the museum attendant would be interested in a hair grip.
How
Not
do you
even
know?
a cute one like this. Can you tell me something about the Jaguar stone?
Certainly, miss. The so-called Jaguar stone was brought back from the Americas by Sir Francis Drake and presented with, as you already know, the more famous scrying mirror to John Dee. The old loony didn't like the stone, though. Reckoned it was tainted by the devil. Come along, miss. I'll show you the mirror.
I've already... Oh, never mind.
I've already established this isn't the thing I want to steal.
Given to him by Francis Drake.
Do you know if this mirror has any relevance to Tezcatlipoca?
Who? I can't even say it. Ah, there's someone here who'll be able to help you better than me.
What about Quetzalcoatl?
This young lady has some questions to ask, Professor. I think she's from France.
Ubier again.
Professor Ubier?
Yeah? What? You two know each other, do you? Excuse me, the telephone.
We meet again.
Mademoiselle, France, eh?
Yes, I believe that's where you live, Professor.
I have a house there, on the outskirts of Paris, but I haven't been back for many months.
I thought you were going to stay in Quaramonte to witness the eclipse.
Alas, business comes first. An important consignment of artifacts on loan to the British Museum. But I intend to return to Quaramonte in plenty of time.
I forget what that phone call was all about.
Professor Oubier, your taxi's here.
If you'll excuse me, I have some urgent business to attend to at the docks.
Can you answer me some questions about the Jaguar Stone?
Certainly, miss.
Ooh.
You just step this way.
Been lifted.
It's gone. Some sods half-inched it.
Half-inched?
Stolen it, miss.
Pinched.
Never mind.
Cockney rhyme in slang.
The alarm will have been tripped. I'm afraid nobody can leave until our crack security team gets here.
How long will that take?
Could be a while. I think it's their tea break.
The thief could be miles away by then.
Don't you worry about that, miss. Just don't try to leave.
It was too much of a coincidence that Oubier showed up and the stone promptly disappeared. I didn't have time for their crack security team to finish their tea. I had to get after him. It would probably be less suspicious if I kept away from the empty case.
Okay. Yeah, good old Cockney rhyme in slang.
The key didn't fit this lock.
I also think it doesn't fit that one.
The key unlocked the case. It was an obsidian dagger, thin and razor sharp.
Yeah, let's keep the key. Never know when you might need a key.
I locked the case again and took the key. I didn't need to make a call.
I think this is going to be the distraction that I need.
Take a look at this.
What are you doing with that?
Just looking. What was it used for?
It's a sacrificial dagger, and I'd feel a lot happier if you put it down.
I didn't steal the stone. I was nowhere near it.
So who do you suppose did steal it?
It must have been Oubier.
Huh! Begging your pardon, but he's a man of letters. A professor.
So was Moriarty. Man of letters or not, he's your culprit. Look at this. The thief left this key in the cabinet.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Left an inside job, right?
Oh dear.
In other words, the thief was Professor Oubier.
Well, let's leave that for the police to decide, shall we? I better phone them right away.
I don't get why you wouldn't have phoned them already. Alright, but that's all the distraction I need.
Hello?
I knew I had nothing to worry about if the police were called.
Yes, I'll hold.
But I had to catch up with Oubier, and fast.
There we go.
It was a woven wall hanging with... The doors were securely locked. The dagger might leave or open the doors, but I wasn't going anywhere until I knew...
He's gone to the friggin' docks.
The doors were...
I'm sorry, miss, but I shall have to...
Oh, but surely you don't...
No, but you're a witness.
Ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum, bum.
The cabinet was... I didn't need to...
I can't... Oh, can I speak to him whilst he's on the phone?
You'll have to be quick, miss. I'm on the phone.
Don't you think it's suspicious that Oublier has urgent business at the docks?
Not in the slightest, young lady. He's gone to oversee the unloading of cargo. An exhibition of Mayan sculpture on loan from Mexico City.
What's the name of the ship?
The Xibalba Princess.
Okay.
I levered the handle open with the thin...
Don't know why this is the sound of someone sneezing. Perfect getaway.
The room had been decorated to resemble the interior of a sailing ship. It was disturbingly effective.
Alright, let me read thingy thing. There we go. Things it's not while I arrived at Ketch's Landing. Two odd ladies, Frost and Mina, claimed to be descendants of Ketch himself. They wouldn't let me into the Ketch Museum because they claimed it was undergoing refurbishment. So with Bronson, a slimeball architect. I think he was actually a surveyor, not an architect. Used a bit of the old Stobart misdirection and snuck a look at his plans. Turns out he was aiming to build a huge 5-story hotel. When I showed the old ladies, they went crazy. After this little favour, the ladies happily let me into the museum.
Surprise!
This kid is super annoying, by the way.
What the? Who are you?
I'm Emily.
What were you doing in there, Emily?
Hiding. What are you doing here?
Grown-up stuff.
Grown-ups? I'm never gonna grow up, I'm not. You shouldn't be here. What's your name?
I'm George.
Pleased to meet you, Jaws.
George.
Jaws?
Jeez.
Make your mind up.
Why don't you go play with Rio?
I'm not allowed.
How come?
Because Aunt Frost says I'm not allowed out of the house. That's why, Mr. Nosy Beak.
Too bad.
Do 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 do.
What can you tell me about Captain Ketch?
That's him on the wall, in the picture.
Yeah? Boy, that's interesting.
He was a sailor captain. This is his house.
Why don't you ask your other aunt if you can play with Rio?
Aunt Mina's cuckoo. Aunt Frost says so. She says when the Lord handed out common sense, Aunt Mina was off getting double portions of chin.
That Rio's a smart kid. He helped me outwit Bronson.
Rio is clever. He can spit ever so far.
Not sure that's a feat of intelligence.
Look, an ancient Mayan stone.
Is that a magic stone?
Well, I don't know about that.
No.
Would you like to play darts?
No.
Oh, come on. I'll throw, you catch.
That's dangerous. Darts will stick in me and make me bleed.
Worst things that can happen?
Do you know how to use a theodolite?
We don't learn anything about surveying at my school. Not until 5th grade.
Why don't you run along and...
Aunt Mina told me, stay out of mischief.
Well, that doesn't mean you have to stay indoors, does it? On a beautiful day like today?
There's a storm coming.
Oh, nuts. You don't know that.
I do so. I can see the whole world from the window.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm busy. There were several things I wanted to say to that awful kid, but I held my tongue.
I love George's disdain. This is happening, by the way. I defy any reasonable person to not do this.
Hard a port, bosun. Aye, aye, Captain Stobart. She cannot take it, Captain. The lad's dead. Abandon ship.
I'm upset that's not a achievement.
Two bells and all's well.
Pirates were cool.
Pirates were cool.
Captain Frederick Ketch, 1570. Around his neck was a cross. Maybe he was a part-time pirate. The portrait might have made a nice souvenir, but it was too large to carry. Maybe that wheel was from Ketch's ship. Suddenly, I was 12 years old again. Okay, I've had my hands on an historical document. Now what? The chart fitted exactly into the recess on the top of the desk.
What you doing, Jaws?
I'm putting this old map on the desk
What you doing that for, Jaws?
because it was obviously intended to fit in this recessed area.
How'd you work that out?
It's obvious. March 20th, 1670 fix. Engaged frigate off Fan Salvador? It was garbage. Huh. I guess being a pirate didn't require too many academic qualifications. The passage went on to describe how Ketch had got wind of the approach of a fleet of English ships. It seemed the new governor had not shared his predecessor's views on Ketch's activities. They were out for his blood. Sailed to that place where I made secure my fortune. I returned safe in the knowledge that the governor shall not discover that which I had hidden. For is it not writ that 'tis easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle?
Oh yeah, I want the quilt.
That might come in useful. Ticklish situation.
I know what I need that for.
What you doing now, Jaws?
Ugh.
Knock it off, will ya? There's something you ought to know. I don't buy cute or lost puppy. I'm just borrowing this feather, that's all.
Why?
I might be able to make use of it.
You gonna steal it? That's bad. I'm gonna tell on you.
No, don't do that.
Why not?
Well, because I'm not stealing, just borrowing.
I mean, we are stealing. Spoiler alert.
It was an indented well in the corner of the desk. I guess it was intended to hold ink, but it seemed unnecessarily wide. Maybe Ketch had used it to hold his rum bottles steady in heavy seas. Holding that lantern, I felt kinda biblical. Like Jesus or Florence Nightingale.
Oh, not the pen holder.
The lantern fitted so precisely in the inkwell, it could only be deliberate.
What you doing now?
What you doing now?
I doubt that.
I've put the lantern in the inkwell. See? It fits.
Why?
Because it was cut to fit.
Why?
Because sneaky old Captain Ketch made it that way.
Why?
What is with all the questions?
'Cause I'm interested.
Why?
'Cause I have the insatiable curiosity of the young.
Why?
All right. Truce.
All right. Give me the cross.
That cross you're wearing, Emily,
It's my lucky Jesus cross.
it's just like the one Captain Ketch wore.
Uh-huh.
Can I borrow it?
Uh-uh.
What would you trade for that cross, Emily?
A puppy.
Well, I don't happen to have a puppy in my pocket right now. Can you think of anything else you'd trade?
Don't know.
That looked like that's where... There were several things I wanted...
All right. So, I think I need to do this.
The cat made short work of the feather, tearing it into a blizzard of small pieces. The quill had been torn into small pieces.
Let's go talk with Rio. This kid's the real MVP of this game.
What do you give to a small, irritating girl who asks about everything?
Try a conch. Delicate colors, interesting shape, and when you put it to your ear, you can hear the sea.
Yeah, why's that?
Usually because you're standing next to it.
Cool. Have you got one?
Yeah, but I promised it to my sister. She well vexed with me.
Why is your sister mad with you?
Well, last night when I got home with our supper, she went wild. Rio, she said, how come all you ever catch is puffer fish? A sicker puffer fish. What I want is tiger fish. So don't bother come back home till you catch one, boy. I don't see how I'm gonna catch no tiger fish. All I have is a fishing pole and a worm.
What do you need to catch a tiger fish?
One of them real fancy flies like the rich fishermen use.
Hey, this is just what you need to make a fly.
Thanks. Let's hope them tiger fish hungry. A deal's a deal. Here's a conch.
There we go.
There was nothing else on the bicycle wreck I could use.
Do 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 do. Very straightforward. I don't know if I have missed any achievements. Actually, let's have a look. It's in here. We've got 13 out of 27, so just under half. We'll get there. I've missed that one, which is annoying. That one I'm gonna get. Don't know about that one. I'm gonna get that one. I'm gonna get that one. I should get that one. Not sure about any of those. I should probably save. I'll do it when we get back to London.
It was the conch shell that Rio had given me.
I got a conch shell in the house here. It was here when we got here.
Here, I've got a conch. Would you like it?
Dunno. Aunt Frost told me never to take
Yeah,
presents
George is
from
pretty strange.
men.
I'm not a strange man.
Then why are you called Jaws? Jaws? That's a stupid name.
I'm not called... Look, conch, pretty. Swap for the cross, yes or no?
Well, you'll get it back.
Right. This thing's going out the window.
Okay, we'll do swapsies.
Ketch's crucifix was encrusted with precious gems. Ketch's cross slipped snugly into the penholder. Before you ask, I've put your cross in this little hole in the desk.
Why?
Impulse mainly, with a dash of irrational intuition.
Silly. Only women have intuition.
The lantern cast a strong light over the desktop. The light cast a shadow of the cross. And the shadow fell precisely over a small, unnamed island shaped like a skull.
That must be it. Ketch's Treasure Island.
Uh-oh. That's Zombie Island. It's a bad place.
Oh, it's a good job. It's October.
Or not, that's my next port of call.
Can I come too?
The hell you can.
I never get to leave the house.
Laters. Yeah, a lot of these achievements are just for doing things you're supposed to in the game. I think Rio will just let us go. Pretty sure he'll just take us.
Would you take me to, Zombie Island?
In this weather? You're madman.
The rain will keep the zombies indoors. Just say I did meet a zombie. What would you do?
There ain't no zombies on Zombie Island. At least, not anymore. It's uninhabited.
Good. What do you mean, not anymore?
You still want to go?
I guess.
Well, I ain't had no luck with them tiger fish. And with the mood my sister is in, I'll be safer with the zombies.
Yeah, the audio levels on the cutscenes are wildly all over the place. It'd be a really easy thing to fix. I don't get why they haven't done it. They just did a big update on Steam as well. Does that look familiar?
So, this was Zombie Island. Somehow I'd been expecting something more sinister.
Come on, Rio. Let's find that treasure.
No, thanks. I'm staying right here.
Oh, come on. You said yourself there's no zombies left.
Yeah, but that was while there was a big pile of seawater between me and this place. All me have now is this little bit between the boat and the shore, and I'm hanging on to it.
Okie dokie. Let's get my piece of coal.
It can't be.
But it was. My lucky piece of coal.
That's an achievement.
Rio, how far away is Ketch's Landing from here?
Best part of 10 miles. Why?
10 miles?
That catapult must have been a lot more powerful than I thought.
Or it's not 10 miles. If I remember rightly, it's not going to just let me climb straight up.
It was too high.
Yeah, that's what I
couldn't get
thought.
up there.
Oh, is it here?
The cliff was steep. Too steep to climb without handholds. And I couldn't find any.
Do we use the dart? Yeah, I thought not.
The outcrop was about the only feature on the cliff face. The cliff stopped me getting off the beach.
That Emily sure asks a lot of questions.
Rest it, man. This whole Emily business just isn't funny.
Look, we're obviously at cross purposes here. I'm talking about Emily Ketch.
Yeah, and so am I. He was my friend. Her aunts hated it, but we did move together, you know. She used to be real keen at hide and seek. It could take hours to find her. One time, the last time, it took days. She must have shouted and screamed herself hoarse. There was nobody to hear her.
Where'd she hidden herself?
In the
Up in
chest.
Ketch's old sea chest. The only way to open it was from the outside.
Suddenly, I didn't feel so good. We never exchanged another word about Emily Ketch.
Rio's boat was strewn with fishing nets and tackle.
Okay, yeah, that's it. I remember.
Could I borrow your net?
Yeah, man, no problem.
He's very accommodating.
You planning on catching some fish?
Nope. I'm after a big rock.
I think that's where we put it.
Well, here I go. Wish me luck, Rio.
Good luck, George. Watch out for the Walking Dead.
Okay, right. I need to save.
I stumbled down dark stairwells for what seemed like forever, until suddenly I found myself, wow.
Fun fact.
An abandoned London
Based on a real underground station.
This must have been closed down decades ago.
I think it was just called Museum, or was it? It might have. Was it called British Museum? I think it was on the Circle Line. All right, let's make a save. 70%. Wow.
The machine needed to be fed a coin before it would operate. The cup was empty. The tray was... The slot was much...
So actually, I think we do this.
I pushed the hair clip into the slot and whatever was stuck there disappeared into the machine. The machine needed to...
I fed the coin reject slot.
I pulled out an old English penny. It was an old English penny coin. On one side was Britannia, managing to look both virginal and matronly. On the other was the head of King George VI, looking like himself. An ancient bar of chocolate dropped into the tray at the bottom of the machine. And as a special bonus, the penny dropped through to the reject bucket. I pulled out an old English penny. I took the ancient bar of chocolate.
Chocolate.
It was a very old bar of chocolate with a row of boys pictured on the wrapper. The machine looked like it had sold its last ticket a long time ago. It was an old ticket machine. A sign read, Tickets 3D.
Threatens.
It might have been a nice souvenir if it hadn't been torn and dirty. It was a poster advertising holidays in Scotland.
I wanted to speak to the ghost.
The machine wasn't about to weigh me for nothing. LBS. Lubes? What are lubes?
Sensible question.
I put the old penny into the slot, the needle twitched rustily, and the machine spat out a card.
This is where we find out Nico's vital statistics.
The weight was in imperial units. It meant nothing to me. The card also had my fortune on it. A family quarrel will turn out to your advantage. I'd probably break my neck if I climbed over the sleepers. Or worse, a heel. The ghost obviously didn't want to talk. Perhaps it was shy. A latch lock stopped me getting into the cupboard. The blade of the dagger just fitted between the door and the soft wood frame. The door gave slightly, and then held firm. My fingers were... I remembered my student days when I regularly forgot my house keys. A wiggle with the thick cord between the frame and the lock, and the latch lifted. If I close the cupboard, the ticket might not open it again. If I close the...
No, push the button.
The train was my ride out of there. I could worry about not having a ticket when I got to the docks.
I thought you could talk to the ghost. Alright, there should be an achievement here. Alright. The Ketch Museum was pretty sparse, but I was sure there was a mystery to solve that would lead to the missing stone. Emily Ketch, another descendant of the old pirate, was an annoying little kid, but I had to keep her sweet in order to solve the clue. She wore Ketch's cross around her neck. When I placed it in a slot on the desk next to his old chart, it pointed the way to the location of his treasure, Zombie Island. I persuaded Rio, the young fishing boy on the jetty, to sell me to the island. Rio and I arrived at Zombie Island without a hitch, only to be confronted by a tall cliff. Luckily, Rio had a net in his boat I could use. It was tough going, and I began to think I should have invested in some kind of adventurous kit, ropes, grappling hooks, that kind of stuff. Let's go this way.
If I jumped, I could just about reach the branch.
Little ball.
boar's expression said, "Forget it, Stobart." I couldn't get close enough to stick the dart in him. The boar looked determined to stop me from getting past.
I know what I've got to do, I just can't remember how to do it.
The path was blocked by an ugly and extremely dangerous-looking boar.
And a boar's pretty tasty. So there's literally nothing up here, right? Alright, maybe I go back this way. I forget the exact sequence of things. That parallax scrolling.
Nothing, I mean nothing, would possess me to step into that swamp.
This bit's a pretty big troll.
As soon as I stooped to investigate the hole, its inhabitant disappeared into the darkness. There was something in that hole beneath the rock.
Jab at it with the dart. Be fine.
Ah! Stay cool, Stobart. It was only a bird. Hold on. I've been here before. Haven't I?
Nailed it. I suspect there was an achievement there if you got horribly lost, which I might try and do on the way back.
Stone read F.K. Frederick Ketch had been here. Joining the dots would make an equilateral triangle.
Well, it's a good thing I've got theodolite in my trousers.
The hill I was on had reminded me of a camel's hump as I'd climbed up it. Now I had to see what I could see.
How'd you go left or right? Okay, yeah, that's it. Uh-huh. Alright. So I need to sort the whole thing with the boar out. That really high-pitched chirping bothering anyone yet?
What is this? The magic forest of deja vu or something?
That's exactly what it is. I'm almost certain there is nothing under here. I don't think there is anything you can do to lure it out.
The creature disappeared again, but I caught a glimpse of something small and furry.
Can we catch it in a net? We give it a piece of coal. Can we give it the stone? Can we give it underwear? Can we give it a bank statement? Can we give it a theodolite reflector? Can we give it...
What the? Steady, guy. It's just a monkey.
Can we give it Tezcatlipoca? I think we've given it everything. Okay, we gotta go out here. Sorry, it's my WhatsApp. I gotta have my WhatsApp open on my desktop 'cause my wife will be giving me a call shortly to go and pick her up. Well, let's say shortly after 4 o'clock, which is 40 minutes from now. Okay, right. What do I need to do to...
It was a stout, overhanging branch.
Stout. So I need to do something to get the boar to chase. And I can't remember what it is that I need to do.
The boar looked determined to stop me from getting past.
throw up a piece of paper and throw the thing. Okay, yeah, no, this is the net. I don't know why it didn't do that the first time. Okay, no, it didn't do anything.
That boar wasn't
Wasn't gonna move unless I made him. Do we throw the... Is there anything else that I'm missing around here?
The boar looked determined.
Okay. Ah, is there...
Couldn't get
There, I think there's a way I can... Is this thing in the swamp? That I can use as a... like a pipe? I think that's it. Yeah, let's go back in here.
It was a stagnant swamp.
There we go. These transitions are a little bit slow. Here we go. God, George. I knew the dart was the answer.
The end of the reed was too narrow for the dart to fit into. I wasn't convinced.
End of the reed was... What have I got to... Fuck's sake. I have to see this transition one more time. Oh, I didn't even friggin' trigger. I was looking away. Right, I can't go back down there. Oh, yeah, I know now. I know.
end of the reed had been neatly bitten off. Now I knew what was living in there. A long-toothed, snarling, furry wild thing.
I should probably just check that it does indeed fit.
The dart fitted snugly into the reed. Great. I was tooled up and dangerous.
So one thing I am curious about. Seeing as we're achievement hunting. I know what you're meant to do, but the game does give you achievements for things you're not meant to do. So let me save real quick. So I want to do okay, so that unlocked that achievement, but I also want to do this. Which probably unlocked the same achievement, but
The boar looked determined to...
I want you to fire the thing.
The boar looked determined.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The boar looked determined.
You literally just did it, George. What's the problem? There we go. I don't know why you had issues before. There we go.
That branch had helped me.
Does this bring me out in... Oh, it brings me out up here. Okay. So where'd the boar gone? I actually don't remember if there's anything over here. Alright, that will bring me out... Oh, okay, that's how you get back up there. Okay. Don't know what's over here. Oh yeah, that's it.
No good. I'd have to be bitten by a radioactive spider before I stood any chance of getting up there. I could see no point in tying the net to the creepers on the rock. The marker wasn't going to stay attached to anything as thick as the creeper.
Oh yeah, that was it. It was throw it on the net and then you throw the net over there. That's what.
The marker clipped firmly onto the net.
Then you do that.
It would be easier if I pulled away.
Oh, well, pull away some of the creeper first then. Jesus. Oh, I didn't see that there.
The creeper just came away from the rock as I pulled it. The creeper didn't look like it would hold my weight.
So, put it in your pocket.
There was no point in tying the net and marker to the creepers near the bottom of the rock.
I don't know what you want from me then.
It was a needle of rock. It didn't look like a natural formation. I remembered Ketch's log. For is it not writ that 'tis easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle? Seemed pretty relevant now.
Alright, do we do this? Okay, yeah, we do. Now, it's a bit convoluted, isn't it?
Great. I'd created some sort of creeper marker fishing net assembly. Sometimes I terrify myself with my creative genius. I'd successfully got the marker into a position near the top of the needle simply by using the kind of lateral thinking that can get you institutionalized.
Over here. Oh, I don't think I've actually been over here. But I suspect it all brings you out in the same place. Oh, okay, that's over there. But wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. Because I come in. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. What about over here then? That's going to bring me back out in the same place. Because the laws of physics don't really apply here. Yeah. And then presumably this will bring me up by the, if I go up there, that'll bring me out by the theodolite. That's what I'm guessing. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, let me go this way. I should have just gone the way I knew was quicker. I'm just wondering if there's an achievement for fucking around with all these. And then this should then lead me out where I want to go. Like antechamber. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe I've got lost. There we go. Now I can look through the theodolite, find the marker. What I then do with that, I can't remember. Um, I might have to just look this up because it's not clear. Oh, that's just going to come out of the theodolite, right? Yeah. Why isn't there anything to allow me to... Okay, right. Yeah, that's really not clear. That's why I put those on. It's a really small area.
It was a good cave for hiding treasure in. Shame about the flooding problem. Heck, Ketch could have hidden his treasure anywhere. This island's full of hiding places. It was the marker which I had raised up the needle of rock. Heck.
So I forget the relevance of the marker now. I've also lost... Okay, there we go.
There was an enormous cave. Every tourist for the last 3 centuries must have been in that one. An ugly little cave. Didn't look like the sort of place you'd want to leave treasure. There was an enormous cave. Every tourist for the last 3 centuries must have been in that one.
It's got to be around the marker, right? Because otherwise, why would we have put the marker in?
It was the marker which I had raised up the needle of rock. It was the marker which... Heck. I could see the marker I had fastened on the rock.
Okay, there we go. I just didn't see the hotspot.
That had to be where Ketch had hidden his treasure.
There we go.
initials had been carved into the rock.
So do we just leave then? Is that the plan now? Oh, so I don't want to really have to walk all the way back through all that. Can we just go out this way? Ah, there we go. Okay, right. I do need to save here. George and I had 2 more stones to find, so we split up the British Museum. Alright, good, we already did that one. The British Museum proved to be a good hunch. The attendant I spoke to told me that El Draco is the Spanish nickname for Francis Drake, so it was Drake, the eminent English sea captain, navigator, privateer, pirate, and God forgive him, politician, who seized the Jaguar stone, and the stone itself was in one of the display cases. Then noticed Professor Ubier. While I'd been talking to the attendant, the professor had come in and stolen the Jaguar stone. Allegedly. When I tried to follow him, the attendant stopped me. He thought I was the thief. I couldn't let the trail go cold, so I removed one of the artifacts to make my escape through a hidden door. The hidden door led down to an abandoned underground station that was once part of the London Underground. For a while, I thought I could be trapped down there for good, but I was soon able to work out how to stop a train and climbed on board. I didn't have a ticket, but I knew I could just play the dumb tourist. That was one thing I'd learned from George. Got him. I knew Ubier was heading for the docks. I didn't know why, but it was my only chance to catch up with him and get back the Jaguar stone. Just make another save actually, just so that I've already read that.
I couldn't make it to the gangplank without... That won't do.
That won't do.
Pablo would probably shoot me on sight.
I mean, did it occur to you, Nika, that's the objective? Here we go. Oof. Dead it. Achievement unlocked. Yep, you get achievements for dying in this game. Love it. Can you climb up the ladder? You can. Yeah, the game buys you a little bit of time by making him stop and talk there with climbing the cupboard.
The tactical advantage of hiding in there escaped me.
gonna have to hurry, Nico. You're gonna have to hurry, Nico.
I wasn't going in there until I knew if anyone was inside.
Bang! Died twice. Actually, I want to restore just so I don't have the death. Okay, so I think what we do is grab the broom. Oh, wait a minute. No, we don't. We don't. I remember. I forgot there's a porthole.
I couldn't make it to the gang. Non.
Alright, let's just hide up here first.
Non.
Something in the cupboard then. There has to be something in the cupboard, right? Turns out I actually didn't need to do this deliberately. It would have happened anyway.
It was a porthole to the main cabin.
Why not look through it? Why are you refusing to look through it, Nico?
Non, I'd...
Do I pick this up? Actually, okay, is this what we do? Do we use this as a weapon? We pick that up. Climb up the ladder. Nope, we don't do that. Okay. You have to be quick. I like how she teleports down there. The game still thought she was up there. So the game teleported her down so that she could shrug. But still had her up on the roof. A new game, I did not want to do new game. That's the exact opposite of what I wanted to do. Remember this? Kinda want to watch George die again. What have I got in my... I got my handbag, but I mean,
There was nothing useful.
we obviously don't stab the guy.
It was the obsidian dagger I'd borrowed from the British Museum. I guess when all this was over, I'd have to return it. It was the key to the museum display cabinet. It was the small card on which the weighing machine had written its line.
So she's not gonna. Surely you don't have to try the door first.
It was Tower Bridge, a magnificent mess of mock Gothic architecture and Victorian engineering.
I'd like to point out,
The
actually,
Tower
there
of
is
London,
no.
originally built by the French, naturally.
I don't think there really was a dock from which you'll get this viewpoint, the Tower of London and Tower Bridge on the north bank of the river. I get rid of these hotspots, actually.
I wasn't going in there until I knew if anyone was inside. I couldn't get near it with that guard patrolling the deck.
Do I mop the floor and he slips over? Is that the strat? I honestly don't remember. No. Check I'm not missing something here.
It was the door to the boat's main cabin. It was a porthole to the main cabin. It looked like the door to some sort of utility. Metal hooks had been welded onto each side of the door frame.
So she doesn't want to hide in there. Or at least that's what she's saying.
The Xibalba princess lay at anchor. I knew I'd found the
Alright, let's try the hiding in the cupboard strat. But I don't know it's gonna work. At least she didn't the first time.
The tactical advantage.
It's something to do with hiding up there. I know that for I'm sure of it. But I think you've got to somehow incapacitate this guy, and I forget how you do it.
That isn't it. No, that's wrong. Come on, Collard, think.
Nothing else up here, right?
It was the Tower of... It was a poor... It looked like the metal... A mop for swabbing the deck stood against the wall. A guard patrolled the deck. He was sure to be armed. It was the small... It was a very old bar of chocolate with a row of boys pictured on the wrapper.
Do we? I'm just wondering. Do we mop the deck and then make him fall over? Is that what happens here? It is not what happens. Like I don't get it. I forget. I know this isn't that difficult. I'm not taking a hint. I can't do it. I can't do it. Get a hint. It's gotta be when we're hiding up here. She refuses to hide in there. Oh wait. Do we? Okay, I think I remember now. Yeah. I got it. We lock him in here. And then we lock it with the mop. There we go. I thought we'd beat him up. Evidently, we do not. There we go.
Got you.
Got you.
But the Collard woman was there. They'll know it was me.
But you have the stone. The right stone, you're sure?
Yes, of course, it's the Jaguar stone. No possible mistake. Here it is.
Garzak.
The police will be looking for me soon. You're going to get me out of the country, aren't you?
Stop your whining, Ubier. Do you have any idea what this stone symbolizes?
I thought you just wanted it to frighten the natives.
Fool. I intend to cast this stone into the sea.
But why? It's unique.
Exactly. With it gone, the Mayan priest's plan to destroy Tezcatlipoca cannot succeed.
I can assure you that Tezcatlipoca is a mythical figure.
Such a small mind you live in. Tezcatlipoca is real. I have seen him in my dreams. We have spoken of his plans for this world. We have spoken of your part in these plans.
My part?
He told me you would be useful. He told me how to crush your spirit by turning you to drugs.
My wife died. You know that full well. She was my world, my everything.
And now?
Lots of lore.
You are no
Oh no.
longer useful. She called out your name as she died, you know?
What? What are you saying?
And then they thought you'd done it. It all worked perfectly.
You? It was you? You bastard! You monster! For the love of God, Karzak!
Which one?
Oh, poor UBA.
I couldn't just rifle his body without making sure he was really dead. There were no signs of life, but I checked that Oublier really was beyond help. We were going to need the stone to thwart Karzak. I knew Oublier would have approved. It was the Jaguar stone, all right.
There we go. That took a bit longer than I thought it would.
Pirates? I was about to make good my escape when...
Cut! Who the hell are you?
I can explain everything.
Don't bother.
Remember, Ryo, this is quite a silly bit.
I realized you were making a movie.
So who are you?
Stobart, George Stobart. 2 B's and 2 T's.
It's okay, Mr. Hawks. He wasn't in the shot.
Hawks? This had to be Carlton Hawks, the newest enfant terrible of Tinseltown. I'd read about him. Mailroom boy makes good. Nice to know it was still possible to get to be a director armed with only an encyclopedic knowledge of postal charges.
Stay out of the way, surfer boy. I'll deal with you later.
Oh, Vod, thank you for the raid. Sorry I missed it. Can do no right in Macca's eyes. How we doing? How we doing, everyone? Welcome in. So, actually, do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use the crazy Twitch thing for shoutouts and see if it's any good. Is it? How was Fear? The extra thingy thing. Yeah, the Twitch thing is pretty crap. Oh, you went back to Resident Evil 2? Oh, the Fear thing got broken. So yeah, good night Macaroni. Hello Born. Hello Vod. Hello anyone else. Chucked it. So what were we doing in Resident Evil? Were you doing Leon A? Oh, the new one. Okay. It's annoying that they don't have separate category names. If it was made in the last 5 years, that makes it new, right? So yeah, we escaped Quaramonte yesterday. We saved Nico from a snake bite. And then we've found that we need to get 2 of the obsidian stones, 2 more of the obsidian stones. So we're now trying to find one. We've got the one in London. And now we're hopefully getting another one here. That way, yeah, when I was younger, getting it came out 5 years ago would have been old. True. Right, okay. Yeah, let's speak to this guy.
What's the name of the movie?
Are you trying to be funny?
No.
It's Treasure Island. The only book I ever read
I
twice.
tried to start reading Treasure Island when I was a kid. I just found it so boring.
I don't recall any girls in Treasure Island.
Gotta think box office. People like that kind of thing.
Wow, this guy's the worst.
What other changes have you made to the story?
just a few minor details.
You haven't written out Long John Silver.
Are you questioning my integrity as an artist?
Yes.
Of course Silver's still in it. We've even hung on to Captain Flint.
His parrot.
His trained attack falcon. Why do you think Blind fused blind?
Did you say you've changed the ending of the story?
That's right.
Do they find the treasure?
Yeah, but that comes later, after they've escaped the volcanic eruption.
A volcano?
Sure. Krakatoa.
All the millions spent on a movie, and just to buy an atlas.
Wow, George's such a know-it-all.
Who's playing Jim Hawkins?
That's why I like him.
Haiku McEwen. Oh, don't tell me you've never heard of him.
I don't go to the movies too often.
Jeez. Haiku is only the hottest teen star in Hollywood. That's why we're on such a tight schedule. Gotta film the close-ups before he hits puberty.
Who's the leading lady?
Don't you recognize her? That's Sharon Kowalski.
Oh, right. I'd never heard of her.
You know what the locals call this place, don't you?
No, but I guess you're gonna tell me.
Zombie Island.
Zombies?
A crazed gleam in his eye.
Get me the writers. Get me makeup. I want zombie pirates in this movie by the end of today.
I know this is a piss take, but you can imagine something happening like that these days. I'm amazed there hasn't been a film with zombie pirates in. Or maybe Pirates of the Caribbean did have them in. I don't know, I've never seen it.
You're English, right? Blimey, you don't miss much.
Blimey.
Bert Savage. Have you seen what the caterers laid on today? Buns and pancakes.
That's awful.
It's an improvement on yesterday. The buns are stale, but the pancakes are bloody lovely.
Bloody lovely.
How long have you been in the movie business?
Flipping years, mate. Absolutely flipping years. I was in the army before that. Thought to myself, you've been risking your bleeding neck every day. Why not cash in on it like?
So you became a stuntman, just like that?
Nah, of course not. I had to do the training first.
What training does a stuntman do?
First, they told me to stand in the road. Then, they run me down. Straight up. Drove at me with a car. I couldn't believe it. I was up on the bonnet and over the other side before I realised he wasn't stopping.
Learn by doing.
They threw me downstairs a bit and gives me a certificate.
Did you ever work with Carol Climax?
The Dirty Dachshund? I'll say. Flipping princess, mate.
I heard she was very beautiful.
Mind you, she acted like one too. Ordering this, demanding that.
Did you ever meet Bertrand Oubier?
Meet him? No. I saw him a few times, though. He didn't like his wife being in films.
Do you think Oubier murdered his wife?
I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Mind you,
Oh, we already know he didn't.
People who could have done her in.
I thought the public loved her.
Yeah, but people who knew her saw the other side.
It was Kazakh, by the way.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
What's that, mate? Stone axe?
No, it's just a piece of polished stone.
Very nice indeed. Shine it up a bit, you get a few bob for that.
All right, we'll take some pancakes. Put them in our pocket, as you do.
I didn't want another one of the pancakes in my pocket. The bun was so stale it felt like a small rock.
Right, let's talk to this guy. Pretty sure he gives us a job to do.
Hi, I'm George Stobart.
My name's Harris. Most people call me Flash.
You're the cameraman, right?
That's right.
Why'd they call you Flash? You used to be a stills photographer?
Nope.
I decided not to pursue the subject. There was nothing else I wanted to ask the cameraman.
No, maybe not then. All right, Shazza.
Hey there, I'm George Stobart.
Well, hi, handsome. You're cute. I wish it was you playing the lead male instead of that kid.
I can't act, ma'am.
So what? I bet you can kiss.
I couldn't believe I was having this conversation with a real movie star.
And you're in an as yet undefined relationship with Nico.
What's it like sharing the spotlight with an actor who's young enough to be your son?
What do you mean?
What do you think of Hawk's treatment of Treasure Island?
It's okay, I guess. I never saw the original.
It's a book. One of my favorites.
Really? The novelization's out already?
What part are you playing?
Which is not the sharpest tool in the box. In the box.
Lady Buccaneer. It's a great part. I get to kiss a lot, and I kick ass. Like the boots?
What do you think of these?
Ew, they're awful.
You have no idea how much you've just gone up in my estimation.
Would you like this bun?
All right. Oh, wait a minute. Hawks is watching me. Don't let him see it. Oh, he's looking right at me.
What's the matter?
Never mind. Just put that cake away and pretend you weren't talking to me.
Wow.
Take a look at this ancient Mayan artifact.
That's just a hunk of stone with a picture scratched on it.
In a way, I guess. You don't happen to have seen anything similar, have you?
No.
I actually do not remember where we find the
I found
other
this
stone.
reed in the swamp on the other side of the island.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and I used it to shoot a poison dart at a wild boar. It was a real-life drama, not just a scene from a movie.
Right.
She was having trouble with the whole real life is not a movie concept.
Okay, let's talk to this guy.
Hi there, George Stobart.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Haiku McEwen.
You're playing Jim Hawkins, right?
Jimbo. I had Mr. Hawks change his name.
Jimbo Hawkins. Right.
Is your name really Haiku?
Yeah. It was my mom's idea, okay? When I was born, I was so small and perfectly formed I reminded her of a Japanese poem.
Well, I guess it could have been worse. She could have called you Limerick.
That's my middle name.
Did you always want to be an actor?
I love how this
I
game
don't
doesn't
think
take
what
itself
I do is
seriously.
acting, man.
You're not alone.
It's more like I'm the voice of my generation. What I'm saying for the kids on the street.
Which is what? I'm crap, I'm going nowhere?
Huh? What are you saying, man?
Stobart, get out of shot. Positions, everybody.
I'll get a flip chart and explain it to you later, Haiku.
Haiku, baby, are you ready?
Okay, man. Which scene is this?
You've been captured by Silver's accomplice, Pirate Babs, who's fallen in love with you.
That whirring sound you can hear? It's Robert Louis Stevenson spinning in his grave.
Okay, people, top of page 76, Sharon.
What about my big speech?
It's been cut. Everybody ready? Up to speed. Quiet on the set. Okay, let's make magic.
Oh, please.
And action!
Why don't you forget that dumb old squire and his bunch of merry men? Can't you see we were made for each other?
I know, but Squire Trelawney saved my life, Captain Babs. Why, if it hadn't have been for him, that giant octopus would have made mincemeat out of me.
But right now he thinks you're a traitor. He's locked you out of the stockade, Jimbo.
That 20-foot-high wall with spikes might have kept out Silver's men, but it ain't gonna stop me.
Oh, Jimbo.
Oscar-worthy performances.
And cut! Good heavy breathing, Sharon.
Natch, I'm a pro.
Did you get the heavy breathing, Flash?
Did I ever, boss? We should have made this movie in 3D.
Haiku, you were great. We're setting up for the stunt now, so get a bite to eat.
I took all the stuff. I took all the food. There's none left.
Savage, on set, damn it.
What do you think of Haiku McEwen?
What's to think? The kid will have earned more by the time his balls drop than I'll earn in a lifetime. Good luck to him.
The time his balls drop.
Mr. Hawks, I was wondering if...
Not now. I got a movie to make. Time for the stunt, Savage. It's a short run, bounce on the plank, and somersault over the spikes and stockade wall.
Do what?
Plank, spikes, wall, over. Easy, a child could do it.
At my age? You must be joking.
You
I could
must be
replace you,
joking.
Savage.
Yeah, with an arthritic baboon.
Replace me? Lummy, this could be the last stunt I ever perform. I need to think about this. Get myself in the right frame of mind.
A suicidal one would fit the bill for that stunt.
Fine, you do that. In the meantime, we'll break for lunch.
Oh, great. I'm famished.
Stay right there and meditate, Savage.
Tight-ass little git.
Tight-ass little git.
Would you like a bun?
No way. The last one I tried cracked my dentures.
Here we go. Now we got a syrupy pancake just in our pocket. What have you got there?
Don't mind if I do.
The pancake oozed maple syrup all over Bert's chins.
You put bloody syrup on that pancake. Now it's messed me all up.
Would you like this pot of syrup?
No way. I'm messed up enough already.
So I need to go and get a napkin or something, presumably.
What have you got there?
I didn't think it'd be...
What have you got there?
I wasn't going to upset Hawks anymore by tampering with his props.
Can we get...
What have you got there?
Another pancake, Bert?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, go on. I don't mind a pancake, actually.
I couldn't see any way of lowering the drawbridge, or any reason for wanting to.
I'm pretty sure... Pretty sure I don't want to go around here, but I will. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I had nothing else to ask him just then. You wouldn't get me up there. I was talking to Mr. Savage, the stuntman. Is he all right?
What makes you say that?
He's not making any sense.
The guy's English.
Wow.
I didn't think he'd be interested in that.
Yeah, nothing out of you, Born.
That was no good. I didn't think it...
Can we talk to her?
Hi.
Hi, gorgeous.
I couldn't think of anything else to talk to her about.
Okay. Well, I am British. Well, I consider myself to be British.
Ask the cameraman.
Hey, Haiku.
But people will often use those two interchangeably.
Would you like a bun?
No way, man. I have to be careful what I eat.
Yeah. Never eat anything smarter than yourself.
I got
I
him.
may not be making millions of dollars, And I may not have thousands of nubile, if uncritical, young women lusting for my body, but I've got something that you haven't. This small piece of coal.
Man, you're getting freaky on me.
Does she want a pancake?
Hi.
Hi, gorgeous.
Apparently not.
Hi, gorgeous.
I couldn't think.
Don't think the cameraman has anything to say. So we'll just give him again.
What have you got there?
What have you got there?
Another pancake, Bert?
I'm not having another one of them.
Did I put the bun in maple syrup?
That isn't it at all.
That isn't it at all, apparently.
There was nothing else I wanted. It was a camera, mounted on a precarious dolly, or whatever they call them. There was nothing else. The great director. He reminded me of Ed Wood.
So I think I've got to do something to make this stunt less precarious.
It was a plank balanced precariously on a barrel. The stockade was surrounded by a dry moat filled with sharp wooden stakes. No way was I going to try and jump it. Those stakes looked real. The drawbridge was up.
What's in the bush? Can I go and hide in the bush?
As I walked towards the bush, it started
Oh
buzzing
yeah,
angrily.
bees.
Get that camera rolling. This could be good. Cut and printed. That was brilliant, folks. Okay, the next scene is down on the beach. This is where Hawkins finds the treasure in the Cave of the Crabs.
Would those be giant killer crabs by any chance?
Giant mutant killer crabs with attitude.
There it was, the rock I'd seen from the camel's hump. Now that I was close up, I could make out a small cave near the top of the...
Here we go. I can't just crash this film shoot.
Hey, you! Trouble!
Who, me?
I want you to stay right where I can keep an eye on you.
I'm not one of your lackeys, Hawks. I go where I like.
Not here, you don't. The movie company has rented this island for the duration. You're trespassing. Do as you're told or you're gone.
I'm gonna steal everything from the tent.
Hey, surfer boy, stay out of there.
Oh, what is it this time?
That's the wardrobe tent. You've got no business to be going in there.
Looked like I wasn't gonna get to play dress up.
Aww.
There was nothing else I wanted to...
See if he's alright.
Hi, Bert.
Don't you eye me. Fine friend you turned out to be.
What's the problem?
What's the problem?
What's it like to work with Carlton Hawk?
Flipping misery, mate.
Look, Bert, what's wrong?
You got a bloody nerve. If I didn't know better, I'd have thought you gave me that pancake just so them hornets would go for me.
Oh, Bert, you've wounded me. How can you think that?
Well, by looking at the evidence.
It reminds me, when he says, you wounded me, it makes me think of that time where Frasier, Kelsey Grammer and Frasier, I am wounded. Always makes me giggle.
I don't know why you still want to be a stuntman anyway.
Which is all I know, isn't it? If I don't do this, what do I do?
Well, how about being a stunt coordinator?
Being a what?
You stand around in a big jacket and a baseball cap, telling the stunt people what to do.
I can do that.
Hey, you've done the job for years and you're not dead. That's gotta be good for morale.
Well, I don't know.
You get your own megaphone.
I'll do it.
George Stobart, International Lecturer and Roaming Careers Advisor. What films have you worked on in the past?
Remember Death Stalker of the 10th grade? The psychotic biker what crashed into the school bus? That was me. Or what about They Prayed to Satan? I was the bloke in the hospital scene. You know, the one who caught fire, fell through the flipping skylight.
I don't think I caught those. Must be cool getting to travel the world like this.
Yeah, nice here, innit? My Beryl used to love the seaside. Day out at Clacton. Bloody smashing. A pint of jelly deals washed down with a bottle of brown. Quick feel on a big wheel and a stroll around.
Never had jelly deals.
Them days, you could live like a flipping king on 10 bob a night. Tombola, frothy coffee at the cap or the prom.
You know, I don't have the faintest idea what you're talking about.
I do, George. Actually, Rolf Saxon, the voice actor who plays George, I think he has spent a lot of time in the UK. I think he went to... Did he go to acting school in the UK, maybe? I know he's definitely been in theatre in London.
I've had a great idea. How about you dress up as Jim Hawkins and climb up to that cave over there?
What cave? That cave? You must think I'm balmy. I did me back in being chased by them hornets over that flaming stockade wall. No way am I going up there.
Well, that narrowed the field. Hey, Haiku.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Alright, so let's speak to this guy.
You don't look happy.
Why should I be happy? Look at that cave. It's supposed to be where the treasure is.
So?
Look at it. It's crap. Does that look like the sort of place anybody would hide treasure? I should have had props build me a proper damn cave. A cinematic cave.
What do you mean, a cinematic cave?
One with drama. Danger. One that looks like the mouth of a big stone skull would be cool, but I'd settle for drama and danger.
Why don't you use that cave up on the rock pillar at the end of the beach?
We don't have a stuntman anymore.
Hey, I'll do the stunt.
I appreciate the offer, but if you fall, you'll sue us.
No, I won't.
Everybody
He went to law school and everything.
Good enough, we're covered. Got any experience?
Death-defying leaps, desperate fistfights, getting caught in explosions, you name it.
Okay, people, move out. We're shooting the scene at the end of the beach.
No, we're not. The camera's still bogged down.
Shoot, I forgot about that. No go, Stobart. We'll have to use this cave after all.
It was a portable movie camera. Mr. Hawks doesn't like that cave. He says it isn't cinematic enough.
Well, that's just too tough. The camera's bogged down in the sand. If he wants the shot done today, it'll have to be that cave.
There's a pretty good cave over on the other side of the bay.
The one up in that finger of rock? We'd need a stuntman.
You got a stuntman.
We ain't got no stuntman. Bird injured his back doing that dumb wall jump.
He was too busy. Flash?
Yep.
we can't film at the Needle Rock because the camera's bogged down, right?
You got it, champ.
So why can't we use the portable camera instead?
You know, that's a pretty smart idea.
I didn't know the first thing. There was nothing else.
In your own time?
I've been talking to the cameraman. He's got a portable camera. So you can use the cave in that rock pillar at the end of the beach. That's a dramatic cave if ever I saw one.
We ain't got a stabilized harness for it. The camera will wobble.
Did D.W. Griffiths have a stabilized harness when he made Birth of a Nation?
You're right, damn it. Hitchcock, Wells, none of them needed one. For crying out loud, Sam Raimi stabilized his camera on a plank. Props, get me a plank. We're gonna wing it. Hot dog. We're gonna do a cinema verite pirate movie. George, get to wardrobe. We're gonna make you a star.
On my way.
What an absolute giga Chad.
Ready when you are, Mr. Hot.
Still wearing the sunglasses, obviously. It's important to protect your eyes. I mean, none of us will. There's some things we just have to make peace with.
It was the stone which Ketch had captured from the Spanish.
Nice cutscene.
The Eagle Stone.
Quite good graphics. Quite good puzzles. Quite good side levels.
I returned to Quaramonte and found that Georges had left a message with Conchita. He'd already left for the Indian village, so I hurried to catch up with him. When I arrived, I found a scene of desolation.
Uh-oh. Oh no, the underwear. Can't believe she just walked straight past it, didn't pick it up.
These sunglasses are Georges. Georges, where are you?
George. Oh, it's Titi Poco.
Titi Poco, I'm almost glad to see you.
What an absolute joker.
You little asshole, what happened here? Are you responsible for this? And where's Georges? Have you seen him? He was pointing to the remains of a burned-out hut.
Alright, we've got the Eagle Stone.
These are Georges' shades, right? Has he been here?
Peggy 12, by the way.
Where is he now?
For all the swearing, I think. A little bit of blood.
What's that? It looks like the stone we bought from Paris, but it's different. Yes, it has a carving of an eagle. That clinches it.
Spitting out Porsche wins, wow. Is it a game made for babies?
To hide the stone when the village was attacked by Karzak's men.
Porsche wins for walking.
Where's Georges? Georges has been here, right? He was pointing to the smoldering remains of a hut.
It probably is.
Since it was still daylight. Besides, it was broken.
Yeah, from what I've seen of it, I think from what I remember, the zombies do move around quite a bit. But you don't have the tank controls, so I guess they can justify it.
There was nothing in the barrel. That barrel would have looked great on my patio, filled with shrubs.
Oh, I think I know what I want to do actually. He'll probably want chocolate.
He wouldn't have wanted it. It was a smashed lantern, probably the cause of this destruction. I was sure Titipoco wasn't pointing.
I gotta look in the barrel anyway.
The barrel was too heavy to move.
Oh, okay.
It was too hot to pick up. There was nothing. It was Titipoco. I just didn't have the strength.
Could we not ask Titipoco to do it? Like, help us. There we go.
Hey, Shorty, make yourself useful and help me with this barrel. Thanks. I recognize that. It's the Coyote Stone.
And has he got the Eagle Stone?
I had the Coyote and Jaguar Stones. Titipoco.
Driving City Loco, sipping drinks with my man Titipoco.
All we needed to do.
Correct.
Pity he hadn't any ideas for dealing with Karzak. What is it? Where are you pointing? There was nothing. I didn't need.
Okay. Following the George. So he's just pointing and we just walked for several hours.
George being led up the stairs. We clearly didn't have much time.
Right, I will need to save. I don't really need to save, but I'm going to. We're so close to the end, by the way. Actually, let's put this down.
The button didn't seem to do anything.
Okay, we just...
No way did I want to get into conversation with that pack of vermin.
Vermin?
The engine looked like it was supposed to power the lift. It was a small, screw-fit cylindrical housing.
Can we speak to Titipoco about anything?
How did you hook up with a maniac like Karzak in the first place?
Karzak? Whoop whoop loco!
Yes, he scares me too. Would you like some chocolate, Titipoco? It's good vintage. You're smarter than you look.
Oh yeah, I encountered a typo. Where was it? The general himself is pretty secretive, and when we talked with our fried Conchita in the mining office, she suspected that Ubier was working hand in glove with the general. Oh yeah, I didn't read the rest of this, did I? I tried Ubier to a small ship in the dock on the Thames. Pablo saw another guy, and the other guy were guarding the deck and managed to trap one of them and locate Ubier. He and Kazak were arguing. I suppose that Kazak had been using Ubier all along. He'd even killed his wife. And then Kazak callously shot Ubier right before my eyes. When Kazak left the cabin, I crept inside to check on the professor, but he was dead. He still had the Jaguar stone gripped in his hands, and although it gave me the creeps to take it from him, I wasn't going to let it fall into Kazak's deadly clutches. I should have got out quicker. Kazak returned and started to strangle me. I saved myself by stabbing him in the leg and escaped with the Jaguar stone. Back in Quaramante, George had left a message with Conchita. He'd already gone to the village, so I hoped to catch up with him. When I got there, I came across a scene of total carnage. I found George's sunglasses, so I knew he'd been here recently. But what happened to him? Titipoca was hiding in the wreckage, and in spite of the language barrier, we worked together to rescue the coyote stone from the hot ashes. The shaman must have dropped the stone, hoping that someone would find it. I just hoped that George still had the eagle stone. Titipoca's gestures seemed to suggest that he knew where George had been taken, so we left the burning village and I headed to the jungle. I just hope it's not going to be too late.
There was nothing.
Okay, so I'm actually not too sure what we're doing here. Okay, yeah, we've got the lever there.
The button didn't.
We just kill the guy?
No way did I. It looked like Kazak was using Quaramontean troops and local Indians as his guards.
Hey, señorita!
Too late. I had been seen. Bonjour, Capitaine.
Only Sergeant, pretty one. What are you doing here?
Snuggles said I could come here with him.
Snuggles?
Oh, I mean the general. We're, friends. May I go up the pyramid?
We have strict instructions not to let anybody pass.
Oh, but I've told you who I am. Surely nobody would mind.
Well...
Oh, please. I'd be ever so grateful.
I tell you what. I'll ask Pablo if it's okay for you to go up.
If Pablo saw me, I'd be dead. No. It's not worth the bother. I'm not really that interested in their stupid pyramid anyway.
Well, okay. It's men's work up there anyway.
I'll just run along and play around here, okay?
Okay, you do that.
I didn't want to push my luck by talking with the guards again.
So we'll just be right next to them pottering around with this equipment and it will all be fine, right? So we can presumably use this to get some fuel. Okay, right. We'll use this to cut the fuel line. And then we'll use this to get some fuel. And then put that in the fuel cap.
The motor spluttered into life. The engine was working okay, but it wasn't connected to the equipment lift.
No, okay. Do we turn this off actually?
The engine stopped dead.
We've got the engine button, fuel cap. Lever. Let's put this on the engine. No, apparently not. Also apparently not. Presumably there's nothing to speak to him about.
There was nothing.
Do we need to cut this down to size or something? Nope.
The engine looked like it was supposed to power the lift. There was a lever mounted on the side of the motor.
I mean, do we... I don't think this is what we do at all. No. I wonder if I'm just missing something. Surely there's nothing we can do with the fuel on the floor. Oh yeah, that's it. Walk all the way over there to Shrug. Pretty sure we used this to start a fire somewhere.
I was going to...
Yeah, that's what I thought.
The motor spluttered into life.
So then I pull the lever and then nothing happens.
The engine was working okay, but it
Wasn't connected to the equipment lift, but I don't see anything to be able to connect it.
The engine... The engine... The scaffold gantry went. The scaffold. The scaffold gantry went all
Alright,
the way
Vod,
up
thank
the
you.
building.
Thanks for the raid and for hanging out post raid. I'm sure we will enjoy the ending once I figure out this left puzzle, which I cannot remember. And have a good sleep, and I'll see you around. Why can't I do anything with this rope? It's annoying me now.
There was nothing.
Did he really not want the chocolate?
He wouldn't have. It was Titi. I really didn't want to. I really did. Those jackals weren't going to let me past.
Yeah, the generator's now dead. There's fuel on the ground. This torch.
There was an unlit torch by the base of the steps.
I don't have any means to light the torch. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, do I have to pull the lever, then attach the rope, and then... this doesn't make any sense. It's obviously what I've got to do, because I'm getting a music cue. Let me turn that down. So I've got to have my WhatsApp open. But it doesn't need to be ear bleedingly loud.
The scaffold. The scaffold. It was a simple wooden platform lift, used for shifting equipment, I presumed. It was an. The fuel from the severed line had formed a pool.
A pool.
That isn't it. That's the kind of thing Georges would do, not me. Come on, Collard. I don't think.
Something to do with the sunglasses, I'm sure of it.
They were Georges.
Give them to him, he'll look cool.
He wouldn't have wanted it.
What am I missing here? What am I missing? What am I missing? This is something, I know that for sure. Yeah, they won't interact with each other. Do I?
Titi Poco.
Okay,
I have an
okay, there we go.
important job for you. Take this rope to the top of this scaffolding and throw it over the top.
There we go.
Rope.
Figured it out in the end.
The motor spluttered into life. Titi Poco, when I tell you, I want you to copy what I am doing.
Copy.
Here we go.
Okay? Copy.
We did it. I think there might have been something down there.
As those bastards were going to sacrifice Georges to Tezcatlipoca over my dead body. Thankfully, Georges was the only one to notice me.
Where are they? The eclipse is about to happen.
Patience. Your mother will be here soon and Karzak will be close behind. Just keep the Yankee covered and leave the worrying to others.
Yeah, Raoul.
The maniacs were going to sacrifice Georges.
Shut up, Stobart. Just shut up.
Calm down. He's no threat.
Hey, Raoul, why don't you do us both a favor and shoot Pablo?
You're very funny, Stobart. I haven't forgotten Marseille. When Karzak cuts your heart out, I'll be the one laughing.
I'll bet I'm not the only one due for the chop around here either. Hey, Raoul?
I'm warning you.
Raoul was a bundle of raw nerves. I hoped Georges wouldn't push him too far. The crates and drums were sealed, and I had no way of getting into them. I couldn't get the belt into the flames without Pablo seeing me. I couldn't get near. It smelled coppery, like blood. The whole place stank like an abattoir. I was going to have... It was a small... It was a round... I might have been able to talk the general around if Pablo hadn't been there.
Actually, I should probably save.
There were a few sealed...
Just stab Pablo, right? That's...
If Pablo had seen me, he'd have killed me. It was as simple as that.
I'm wondering, can I take this up there? Maybe not. Alright, we'll try again. Try it again. Something up there that I'm missing.
It was a stone table. Given the history of the place, I wondered how many poor wretches had lost their lives and hearts upon it. That isn't... That would...
Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Come on, General Raoul Graziento. I didn't fancy Raoul's chances once Karzak didn't need him anymore. It was Pablo. I wasn't going to risk it. I couldn't get...
See, that's what I want to use the ammunition belt to get a distraction or something, I think. I can't remember. Is there anything down there that I can do? I assume talking to him isn't going to get me anywhere.
There was nothing I wanted to
Yeah, I
ask
thought so.
The fuel from the... It was an...
This is something, but I can't. Can I go up with it? No.
I really didn't want to talk to them.
Hey, call me Amco. How's it going?
There was an unlit torch.
Okay, this is annoying. So close to the end.
I don't think so. It was the key to the museum display cabinet. That won't.
That won't do.
That won't.
We are painfully close to the end. And I'm screwing it up royally. It's fine, we still got plenty of time.
There were a few... The crates and drums... If Pablo had... I was going to have to...
Actually, I had one thought. I don't think this is gonna work, but you never know. It's annoying that she has to walk over there to tell you if it doesn't work. Yeah, that's what I thought. What if we... Crap. What if we put that on that? No. What if we... Jesus.
That was no...
That was no good.
I was going to... There was nothing...
There's something with this torch, and I can't remember what it is. I love that. That's brilliant. I love that that was completely broken. I like how we just levitated our way out. Yeah, seriously, where are we? Where are we? What are we doing? Ah, dear. Do I have to look this up? Because I don't have a lot of time. Use the torch with Titty Poco. Okay, that's the only thing I've just seen, and that was probably the one thing that I was gonna try next. Okay, so he does come back. Okay.
Titi Poco, do you still have that lighter gun?
Ah, there we go. Yeah, that's
so
why they.
amusingly?
What's going on over there? Do you need help, my pretty?
Nothing's wrong. I dropped, a cigarette, but everything is under control. I'll have the fire out in a minute or two. No way was I going to touch the fire. Self-immolation isn't my style. I really...
Here we go. Sound of sporadic gunfire from below.
What's that? What's happening?
Trouble. Keep it up. The pyramid's surrounded.
I'll find out what the trouble is. Watch Stubber doesn't pull any tricks. If he does, shoot him in the head, not through the heart.
Why does it matter? He'll be dead either way.
His heart belongs to Tezcatlipoca.
That's not true. We just had dinner a couple of times.
Drop the gun or I shoot!
Please, don't hurt me!
Don't worry yourself, my finger isn't loaded.
Nico, what are you doing here?
Firstly, I'm going to set Georges free, and then screw up Karzak's scheme.
No, I can't let you do that. Karzak has promised me power.
Raoul, wake up. The only thing Karzak has on offer is death. You may want to ask Oublier, except you can't. Karzak murdered him.
You're lying. Ubier's in Europe.
Sure, he's in Europe. In London, on a mortuary slab with 2 bullet holes in him.
But Karzak promised. When he frees Tezcatlipoca, we'll all be granted great power.
Listen to her, Raoul. Karzak's insane.
I don't know. I need to think.
You've let your mother do your thinking for you up to now. You need to think for yourself. Your mother and Karzak think alike. There's only one expendable member of the plan left, and that's you.
Mother would never betray me.
Oh, I'm tired of trying to reason with you, Raoul. Titipoco. Watch this man, and if he makes a move, shoot him with your gun.
It's probably let George free, right? George on sacrificial flam.
I don't want to sacrifice you by accident.
You have no idea how glad I am to see you.
They were going to cut your heart out. I think I can guess. We can save the happy reunions for later. We've got to move. Come on!
Come on.
We're safe.
This is a dead end.
We're toast. I know, Titipoco. I'm not too happy here either.
He knows this is Tezcatlipoca's pyramid. The house of the enemy.
Well, we can't stay here like rats in a trap.
And we can't go out the way we came in. It would be suicide.
Suicide.
Maybe there's another way out. In the meantime... Take this. It's the Coyote Stone. It might bring you luck, I hope.
I thought George had the Coyote Stone and Nico had the other two.
From the village? Then we might have a chance after all. Incidentally, what would Titipoco have done if Graciento had moved?
Titipoco? Nothing. He's given up violence. Georges?
Yeah?
There was nothing.
Alright, interesting one.
Oof. The lever was very difficult to move and appeared to do nothing anyway. There was a large image on the wall of a man in ceremonial garb. More usefully, there were also a couple of levers. Heave! Still no good.
Still no good.
Georges?
Yeah?
Georges, I can only pull one lever at a time, and I think we need to pull both together.
Okay, I'm up for that.
Well, they should have used the elevator.
Raoul, there's something suspicious. Jesus God! This sacrifice! Where is it?
Nico was here with Titi Poco. They set him free. I couldn't stop them.
You idiot! I should have strangled you at
She's
birth.
delightful.
Poco's gone soft. He wouldn't have hurt you.
I know that.
The
Oh, look, it's getting dark.
sun is almost upon us, and we have no sacrifice to appease Tezcatlipoca. Have you any idea what your incompetence will cost us?
I think so. And I'm glad.
What?
The Mayans weren't fools. Tezcatlipoca should stay exactly where they put him.
Finally got some backbone from somewhere, huh? Shame it's so late in the day.
I'd rather die than see you and Karzak with that devil's power.
Fine, we're still a sacrifice short. See, the eclipse begins. Pablo, kill him! Tezcatlipoca can feed upon his yellow heart.
Nico was right all along, but it's still not too late.
Come on then, Pablo. Let's see who sacrifices who.
If I remember rightly, I hate this puzzle.
What place is this? I was in some sort of strange room. Tiles and dials. The priests who designed this place must have known how to use them. I was going to have to figure it out for myself if I ever wanted to get out of here. The tile didn't want to move. There were several tiles with glyphs on them. There was a statue of a monkey, some sort of religious significance. The monkey held a board containing more tiles with colored glyphs on them. The monkey held
And then I think that opens a door or something over here.
The tile didn't move at all. The tile.
Alright, so if I remember rightly, these wheels somehow are significant.
The room was decorated with the usual Mayan motifs. It held two great discs, each covered in glyphs.
So actually, do we go over here? If we do that one and that one, maybe the one with the snake and the one with the thingy thing. Oh, okay. I think I got it. So I think these are parts of the glyphs, and then the whole of the glyph is here. So can I do...
The tile didn't move at all.
Okay, right.
The tile didn't want to move. The tile moved slightly.
And then I want to do that one, which will be that one. Is that right? No, it will be that one, the big thing with the feet. Yeah, so I think it's that one. Oh, it's not him. Okay. Sorry, I was not paying attention to chat. Not there. That should then be that one. That should be that one. Yep. All right.
The tile moved inwards and clicked home.
Okay, so we've then got those two, so we'll go here. And then this one we are, I think, oh actually no, we need to be over this side. To do is get that one. Pretty sure it's that one. And then we want the 3 circles. And that one, I think. Ugh. That's not going to move because I think I messed it up. Or maybe I didn't. So I want that one. Oh, of course, it's all the way over there. And then that one.
The tile didn't want to move. The tile didn't want...
Why didn't it want to move? What have I done wrong? Oh, it's the other one. That'll be why. There we go. There's the dark outside, the light inside, and the green and cream tail. I think it's that. Light outside, dark inside. So that will be that one. Nearly that.
The tile didn't move at
all. Oh, why didn't it move at all? Why didn't it move? I just want this puzzle to be over. Oh, why? Oh, it's because it wants to be that one, that's why. That's really not clear. No, 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 go over here. Yeah. All right, then that one. Oh, for fuck's sake, and then I gotta do the first one again. No, not that side. Jesus. The control on this is really janky. And then it's that one. Okay. Didn't take too much longer to fix. If I remember rightly, George has something similar to do, but it's less of a pain in the ass. I can't really remember. So we've got that one. With that one. And then it is that one. So that will be the 3 green feet. I need to get this last one right. Not the friggin' journal. And then the one with the green outside band, the light then the dark. That's that one. This is a really fun puzzle, right? Yes, good.
Et voilà, George once told me that there's an act to finding secret doors. I think I'm beginning to get the hang of it.
Porcelain as well. Well, the closest I can get to a porcelain without owning a PlayStation.
This is true love.
Oh, Steph's got the poker with us.
I have to leave for a few weeks, and when I come back, what do I find? Damn right. And with who? Labino.
Labino.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought.
It will do. It will do. I think that's my second most successful emote that I blatantly stole. Could you light the thing?
Heck. Looks like another dead-end titty poco. Any ideas? I was hoping for some... Look, I need to light this torch. Can you do something clever with a couple of sticks, or flint and tinder, or... Or a cheesy novelty cigarette lighter, as it turned out. The only thing he could do with the statue was sit on it. Well, there was nothing else to do around here, so I pulled the lever. Nothing's happened. Oh, I hate that. Don't you hate that?
Oh. See ya.
Did it, Poco? Oh my...
Okay, there we go.
Great. I had no idea where I was, no idea where the others had got to, and time was running out to stop Karzak. Still, I wasn't dead yet, so it wasn't all bad news.
Copium.
A stone slab that must have weighed tons sealed the door. The doorway was sealed with a... Charming.
I am in a little bit of a race against the clock as well. So I have to go out. Alright, so that one closes that one and opens that other one. I'm gonna have to just use some logic here. This one will probably open that one and close the other one. I wasn't paying attention to what the first lever did, other than close the one that was right in front of me.
Can't get any spookier. It does. Yes, finally. I'm out of here.
Am I actually?
My old torch was dying, and I had no desire to be plunged into darkness.
Light my new torch.
Once more into the unknown.
It was actually fairly straightforward, that puzzle. Okay, let's pull a lever.
Cool. Onwards and downwards, Mr. Stobart. This was it. The pyramid's central chamber. Its dark heart. Once before in my life, I'd stood in front of a door and thought, this is it. If I go through there, I'm going to die. I'd been wrong then. I hoped I was wrong now. This was the door that led to the central chamber. And the smoking mirror.
That's alright, let's just drop the torch. The middle of a pyramid will only be well lit, right? Loud noise alert. Or loud music alert. I thought that emote was animated. I've turned this down on the stream, it's still super loud in my ears. Blimey. Turns out Tezcatli Poker is not very nice. There we go. That's it. That's the game. Done. It's a very good game. Thank you for the GG one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I don't know where we ended up on achievements. No, we definitely got more than 11. Steam hasn't updated my end. 24 or 27. I know one of the ones I missed. Oh, okay. So one of the ones I missed was crashing the general's computer. One of the ones was getting strangled by Kazakh, which I didn't realize I needed to. I thought I'd already got that one, but I think I needed to let him kill me, or Nico rather. And then the other one was meet Robert Foster from Beneath the Steel Sky, and I have no idea where that one was, where that achievement was. Yeah, Rolf Saxon, that's the voice of George. The sound levels in this are all over the place. Oh, Crispy and Still Perkins. I know him. I've met him. The correct plural for cello there. CTS Studios, Wembley, Middlesex. Middlesex hasn't existed as a county since the 70s, I want to say. Thank you for playing. I always like that when the credits say thank the player. So yeah, that was Broken Sword 2.